Good evening and welcome, commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the May 2nd, 2024 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. The meeting is now open. I'm Tom Bell, Chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission, and will be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset's Wetland Protection Acts and the Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. The Conservation Commission is now in session and is being held on a Zoom platform. If you have any questions for the Commission, put them in the Q&A section at the bottom of the page, and when called, please limit your discussion to 3 minutes. You must include your name and address to be recognized. For those presenters, please start by stating your name, your affiliation, and the client you're working for, please. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and the town's Conservation Agent, Charlotte Pechtel. I'll now have take a roll call vote of the Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Well, Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Chris McFarland.
Chris McFarland, present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
Tom Bell, present. We have a quorum of 4 commissioners tonight. I didn't notice. Is Paul on, Charlotte? Is Paul Azarasak on?
I do not see him unless if he can raise his hand. I don't see the name.
Okay, if he's there, I'll get back to him then. Tonight, we have a quorum of 4 commissioners. As I said, we'll take all votes via roll call, with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. So before proceeding to the public hearing, the following public hearings are continued. NOI 2408, Stormwater Permit 2411, that's continued to 5/16/24. Stormwater Permit 2412, continued to 5/16 as well. NOI 2404, Stormwater Permit 2407, continued to June 6th. Notice of Intent 2332, Stormwater Permit 2325, that's continued to June 20th, 2024. NOI 2334, that will be continued until June 20th, 2024. The following certificates of compliance are continued as well. NOI 2218, Stormwater Permit 2214, continued to, I must have this wrong, and I copied it. When's it continued to, Charlotte? Let me get
May 16th.
Oh, yeah, I do have it right. 5/16/24. NOI 2217 continued to 5/16. NOI 2110 continued to 6/20. Stormwater Permit 1015 to some later date that has yet to be determined. Stormwater Permit 2209, again, no date set. Our first public hearing is for NOI 2411. That's for 149-151 Hall Street. They're going to replace a garage and add a pervious driveway. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaws, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold the public hearing on Thursday, May 2nd, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for NOI 2411. The public hearing is now open. Charlotte, introduce our applicant or their representatives, please.
Hi, so we have Brendan Sullivan from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors representing the applicant. And Brendan, I do see Mr. Scott in the audience, but I think he's going to chill there for now.
Okay. Yeah, there's should be Doug Scott and maybe even Clark Brewer as well, the architect.
I do see Clark. Okay.
So for the record, Brendan Sullivan from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors, representing the owner of the property, Doug Scott. Like I said, as I said before as well, Clark Brewer may be online as well. He's the architect for the project as well. The address of the property is probably want to see a plan, huh? That would probably help.
Yes, please.
So the property is on the east side of Hull Street, the Cohasset side, let's say. So there is a few resource areas here. We have a bordering vegetated wetland that's associated with Turkey Hill Run. So there's a riverfront on here as well. And we also have a floodplain associated with Turkey Hill Run. That floodplain is elevation 29 and wraps around the back of the property in the lawn area. An existing two-family dwelling, the existing garage on site. The project is to remove the garage and put up a constructed guest house, which is, as you can see, a corner of it's in the 50-foot buffer from the BVW. A little bit of it is in the inner 100 riparian of the riverfront. The entire lot is within the 200-foot riverfront. The 100-foot buffer, as you can see, encompasses most of the property. It's this little triangular piece here up in front is outside of the 100-foot buffer. So there's a few resource areas there to deal with. So with the riverfront area being about 26,000 square feet on the lot, we're allowed the development up to 5,000 square feet. What we're proposing is a tear down and rebuild of the existing. As I said, the existing is about approximately 600 square feet, approximately 24 by 25 square feet. And there is a paved driveway that goes down that bisects the two-family dwelling in the existing garage. We're proposing a small turnaround in the back of the guest house, and there is a garage bay underneath the garage. That's what the gravel driveway is proposed for. This area in the back here is it's all degraded. It's all lawn area. And at the top of the street, there's the existing gravel driveway beside the garage. There's also a Bitconk drive in front of the garage as well, used for parking. And I think that's really about it. I'll leave it for questions and comments.
Could you zoom in a little, please, on the area?
Zoom in?
Yes, please.
Sure.
So Charlotte, this is a redevelopment, correct? Is this considered a redevelopment? So,
Correct. The structures were in existence prior to 1996. Is that correct, Brendan?
Yes. Yep.
okay. So Charlotte, could you read the, I can't remember, item 4 or item 5 that has to do with redevelopment in the riverfront?
Do you want me to read the whole thing, or do you want me to just pull it up? I can probably pull it up if you guys want to look at it. It's a pretty big section.
Well, could you just paraphrase what Brendan was referring to with the 5,000 square foot of development?
Yeah, so in terms of the area of square footage of riverfront within the lot, under the riverfront standards, you're allowed to alter up to 5,000 square feet or 10% of that area. So I think, Brendan, you do have some calculations on your site plan. I don't know if that might be helpful to show, or if you have them in the narrative. Are those on
Yeah,
the?
I think there was some numbers over here,
Yep.
what the
So-
existing degraded is
Yep.
and
Okay.
the
Yeah, so
proposed.
the general gist of the redevelopment standards is you can redevelop those previously degraded areas as long as it's an improvement of existing conditions. There's a handful of substandards to go by, the structures can't be closer to the riverfront than previously existing or within the 100 feet of the riverfront. Depending on the project, you may have to mitigate or restore 1-to-1 or greater. And then you have to, remove, trash, debris, all that other stuff. And so on this plan here, they are proposing mitigation closest to the riverfront, which is another standard, unless you can't physically do it. So it's up to the edge of an existing stone wall, And I believe you are mitigating 2-to-1 with a conservation seed mix. And depending on the commission, that's up to you to decide if that's sufficient. But yeah, the general summary is, you can do it as long as it's an improvement of existing conditions and the burden of proof is on the applicant.
Yeah, so I did remiss to mention that. So the gravel driveway is approximately 500 square feet. There is a small covered entrance on the south side of the structure. That's 30 square feet. So the total of the gravel driveway, the new gravel driveway, and the proposed new roof over the entrance is 530 square feet, and we're proposing 1,060 square feet of mitigation plantings in the form of a wildflower seed mix, as Charlotte said, along the riverfront area, it's basically along the tree line, along the rear of the property, on the obviously the riverside edge of the property.
And
And
what's there today?
It's a lawn area. It's a lawn. There's a little bit of landscape area here, but this is all, the rear of the property is all lawn and landscape. And then it goes into a stone wall, and then it's just woods back in here.
And Brendan, I'll just briefly add, I visited the site this morning. Sorry, it was last minute, but at least in the back lawn area by the edge of the stone wall, I did see a handful of garlic mustard, so that could be something to consider, just hand pulling that for the mitigation. And then there does seem to be some previous dumping of lawn refuse and stuff like that. So I would just recommend that be pulled out. That is part of the redevelopment standards as well. But I can show pictures if that's easier. Just wanted to note that because I saw it this morning.
Sure, yeah, we would happen to do any other mitigation or as you said, pulling out the mustard weed and the grass clippings and stuff like that. We can certainly deal with that.
Charlotte, do you have any photos?
I do, yes. Brendan, can I share my screen?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Better see which ones. This is the existing garage. Coming around the right side. Sorry, the photos are a little blurry. There we go. Sorry, they're coming into view. You guys can see them, right? I know that I'm waiting for these to come into focus,
Yes.
but
Yeah,
Yep, it just popped up clear.
yep. Yeah, I'm going slow so they can load.
Yeah, I think in that last one we saw some of that mustard weed popping up. Is that the mustard?
Yeah, you can, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
It's not weed too.
yeah, that's not right there.
This is past the stone wall. This is the stone wall border,
Okay.
kind of messy. Wetland over the stone wall.
And the river's out, you can't see the river, but it's out behind that, right, Charlotte?
Yeah, it is, yeah. So there's just some stuff, stuff thrown over the wall, stuff here. I'd recommend getting that cleaned out, but I'll
Yep.
defer to permission.
Yep, no, we're more than happy to pull that out of there, the tires and stuff. I don't think they belong there.
That's it. I'll just slowly go backwards. Do you guys want me to keep showing them or do you guys all set or?
No, that's good.
Can we go back to the site plan, please? And is the addition to the driveway paved?
This area, no, this is a gravel driveway we're proposing.
That's gravel.
We purposely made it gravel just to, eliminate any additional impervious.
So, Mr. Sullivan, the stone wall looks more like a bulldozer pushed a bunch of stones down the hill and lined them up. I mean, I was envisioning something like a classic Cohasset stone wall.
Oh,
So it's more of a boundary where the loose stones on the property were pushed down to. That's the way it looks to me.
yeah, it's probably, yeah, more truth than that yeah.
Yeah, and an awful lot of cut wood that's been thrown over the side of it. I think a proper mitigation here would be a little bit different from planting some wildflower seeds where there's lawn.
Okay,
Now, of course, in the buffer zone, within the 50-foot buffer zone, and certainly within the riverfront, we don't want to see that wood taken away per se, but I think that it might serve a greater purpose if it were spread out. What's more, some of that, I don't know what to do about this wall. I mean, it's not really a wall. It's just.
yeah, no, I showed as a wall, but I understand
I
what you're saying. It is more of just, yeah, like you said, it probably was stones that were pushed back there years ago and just provided some sort of
Yeah.
a barrier between the lawn area
10 or
and,
50, who knows, I mean, hard to say what the age of that, I'll call it a berm rather than a stone wall. So I don't know, I think I'd like to see some more thoughtful remediation here, particularly since it's up against a perennial stream. It's in the river.
Okay.
And this seems pretty minimal to me. I don't know what the other commissioners think, but to my mind, this looks pretty minimal. And I would prefer to see something where maybe some of that that wood was spread out evenly, so it's not all piled up.
so what are you talking about? So is there, and maybe I missed them in the pictures, but is there stacks of wood back beyond the wall or beyond the stones that you like to see more spread out instead of
Yeah.
piles of it? Type
Yeah.
of thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah,
more
but-
like,
One of Charlotte's photos showed, I wouldn't call them fresh cuts, but they're not really old cuts either. The wood's had a chance to oxidize on the cut surface, but it looks like just sort of it's consistent with the way the stone was done. It's just stuff that's been pushed towards the run. And I'm sure it does serve some habitat value, all that stacked up stuff, but it could look a little bit more natural. So you
Okay.
got some invasives there. You have some human created jumble of debris, stone and wood. And it just seems like, to me, the mitigation plantings are just planting a flower garden in the riverfront, and I would prefer to see something a little bit more thoughtful, let's say.
okay. So something in lieu of maybe the mitigation planting or something additional to? And I'm assuming you're talking between the wetland flags and the stone wall, like this area in here. Is that what you're talking about for the?
Yeah,
removal of the top?
it looks like it's a lot of the, at least a lot of the larger pieces of timber there are right up against the wall, and maybe they should be spread out a little bit. I don't know. It seems like you have an opportunity here to maybe thwart any further invasives, and also maybe promote some of that wood to rot a little quicker, perhaps by spreading it out. I'm not sure, but it looks pretty rough back there.
Okay. No, certainly, yeah. We'd be more than happy to do some stuff, along the walk wall or the other side of it as well. And in the the wildflower seed mix was that, I was trying to create a buffer between, just an additional buffer between the wetlands and the lawn area so that this isn't mowed on a regular basis anymore,
Yeah,
So-
yeah, we definitely do not want anything mowed in the 50, actually.
Yeah, if the intent is to create a barrier, wildflowers are okay, but shrubs would be more would serve that purpose better.
And the elimination of the lawn in the 50 would maybe make up for whatever's happened on the east side of the wall there.
Mr.
what-
Chair, sorry, you're also at 15 minutes. Just wanted to remind you of time.
Oh,
Okay,
I mean,
Sorry, we have a long agenda, so we're trying to be
thank you,
consistent.
Tom.
sure.
So
I
it
mean-
sounds like Mr. Sullivan's amenable to kind of tweaking this so that the lawn disappears in the 50 and maybe.
Well, I didn't say the lawn, I mean, the 50-foot buffer is up into here, Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at that red dash line. What is
No,
that?
the red dash line, that's the
Oh, that's your
floodplain.
That's your flood
That's a
elevation.
floodplain. This
sorry.
blue line right here is our BVW.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
a 50-foot buffer comes into here. I mean, be more
Yeah,
than happy to maybe do like a 25-foot buffer, and get rid of some of the lawn back here and
Yeah.
also mitigates along the stone wall. The 50-foot buffer might be a little bit aggressive.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, so I would say that if you actually followed that 29-foot contour, I'd be happy with that.
Okay, all right, I'll get together with Charlotte and we'll see what makes sense out there. And I think if it makes sense, unless there's any other comments from the rest of the board members or the public.
I don't have any further comments. Chris McIntyre?
Are we voting on it or we're talking about a continuation? I'm not clear.
I would expect a continuation so
Yeah.
that we can examine Mr. Sullivan's new plan.
Right. Yep. No, I have nothing else.
Kathy? Any comments?
Just that I must have missed it, but I didn't realize there was a guest house also being built. I thought it was just going to be replacing the existing garage with another garage, but that's okay. I don't know how I missed that on the plans, but
And just to be clear, you are
okay.
staying more or less within the footprint, except for that that entryway on the southwest corner.
Yes, the entryway, and there is a cantilevered deck in the back that's pervious, obviously, as well in the back.
Okay.
But yeah, we're staying, the roof section is gonna stay within the 600 square foot existing structure that's there.
Okay. All right, so I'm assuming that you're going to agree to a continuance for this and come back
Yes.
to us with a modified remediation plan.
Yep, absolutely. Did you open up to the public for comments?
I
Uh,
don't see any public comments unless someone wants to raise their hand or type in the Q&A feature. I will note that the next meeting is May 16th. It already has 7 items, so just keep that in mind, everybody, for this one and other projects tonight.
Sure.
And so that's a not so subtle reminder that if you can wait one more meeting, it might be good.
Okay,
Depends on the urgency that your client feels is necessary here.
yep, I'll reach out. I am not in town in 2 weeks. I'm heading down to Charlotte's alma mater for a graduation, so.
So it'd be to your advantage to go to meetings.
Well, let's not get excited just yet, but
Okay.
but if we could continue
All
to
right.
the next one, and then if we don't have it by then, we'll bump it out another one.
Sounds good.
All
Thank
right, sounds good. So that's May 16th for now, TBD, potentially another meeting. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
next, we're going to resume
Yeah.
the public hearing for stormwater permit 2461 Reservoir Road. This is additions to the house and the retaining wall and driveway.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Mhm.
Changing people here. And just so the commission is reminded and the public's aware, we opened this hearing, but we have not yet discussed it due to some changes to the plan that were in the process of being developed So they wanted to continue the hearing prior to coming before us. So we did read the public notice, but this will be officially the first discussion. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sean Hardy from Hardy Man Design Group representing the applicant, and Richard or Rick Marcarelli, who is the applicant for this project.
Good evening. Try and share my screen. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
So this is an existing residential property, 1 Reservoir Road. It's approximately 20,000 square feet. On it stands an existing residence. There's a bituminous concrete driveway. There's no stormwater controls currently. Water flows generally from the back of the lot down to Reservoir Road and then continue on through the neighborhood. The proposal is to add to the left of the existing structure a 2-story addition with a garage under and a room over, add a 2nd story to the existing residence, and then rebuild as a 1-story addition in generally the same footprint, this area to the right. Additionally, the existing driveway will be removed and a new proposed driveway to serve the garage on this side will be added. In order to, and a deck in the back as well, with some grading to make a yard area and a retaining wall along that back area. In order to mitigate for the increase in impervious area, we're proposing to the rear a series of 3 Cultec infiltration chambers to collect the back half of the roof runoff. In the front, we're proposing 2 additional Cultec infiltrators to collect that front half of the roof. And because this site is in the overlay for outstanding resource water associated with Lily Pond, we needed to provide extra treatments. So for the bituminous concrete driveway, we're proposing a trench drain that will discharge to 2 deep sunk manholes to get the 44% pre-treatment, and then a Cultec infiltration chamber there sized to infiltrate the 1-inch required for the outstanding resource water with the water quality volume. We did do test pits. Generally, the soils were found to be sandy loams, and the groundwater was at approximately 108 inches below the surface. I think that is generally it. If you have any questions.
Commissioners,
Did I say, I guess I should mention that based on those infiltration chambers, we are reducing runoff on the 2, 10, 25, and 100-year storms for the site.
commissioners,
Could I ask you to zoom in a little bit and maybe just move around the drawing a little bit?
Does that help?
Yes. What's the top of the wall elevation?
Upper wall is 114.5, bottom ranges because it dives into the hill, but at its tallest, the bottom is 110.5, so it would be 4 feet.
Mhm. And the elevation on the deck?
Deck just comes out, I guess, the finished floor, which the sill is like 112.5, so it's slightly elevated. It walks out of the first floor,
Gotcha.
but slightly above the existing grade.
Could I ask you to move down now? To see the front yard?
Right.
Thank you.
Oh, I should mention there's a tree here. It's a fairly large tree. There's a 20-inch trunk and a 36-inch trunk that will need to be removed. There's a large tree in the center of the lot, as well as one over here by the existing driveway. Those are to remain.
what are the species that are going to be removed?
Species? I think it
What
was,
kind of trees are they?
yeah, I think it was a beech from memory.
Yeah, it's a beech, at least that one. But that's
The other
the
one-
only tree, right?
Yeah, that's the only one to be removed. The others will remain.
The other ones were already removed.
I think the one in the center was also a beach, and I'm not sure of the one over by the other driveway.
Nice trees if you can keep them.
Well, that's why, so the one in the center, we carefully tried to make the grading around to not impact it and to keep it alive. This one over here, there's not really much we can do. Hopefully, the proposed garage would be in the setback on the other side, I think. So,
I was thinking more along the lines of the beach disease that's taking out all of the beaches in town.
oh, okay, sorry. I missed that.
Not what impact you guys are gonna have necessarily.
Okay.
I will mention that the the beach in the middle is a weeping beach. It's probably 3 times as big as what's shown on this drawing. And beach are really susceptible to root damage. So as much as you think that tree will survive this construction with all that grading and the system that's there, chances are it won't. And I've only made this prediction once before and it came true, so.
Well, you're 1 for 1. Chris, this is a question to you. Will removing the existing driveway over there perhaps give a little bit more life to the beach that's on the right?
No, the on the right is a dawn redwood,
Oh, really?
meta sequoia.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to help it one way or another unless a lot of excavation damages it. That tree should be fine if care is taken. But the one in the middle, I don't have good feelings for whether that one's going to make it.
Mr. Hardy, I have a question about the retaining wall in the back. How deep will the footing be there for that? And what's the retaining wall constructed of?
It's just intended to be a stacked block wall, so typically it's just got, an 8-inch gravel bed and then you bury half the bottom block.
Okay, so it's self-weeping essentially.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's no grout, right?
well, so typically the stacked block wall has an 8-inch gravel bedding and then you backfill free draining material behind it.
Yeah,
So it will be allowed to drain.
so it's not gonna serve as essentially a groundwater dam back
No.
there, right?
It will not.
Okay. How do you think that'll impact your Caltech chamber?
I don't think it will have any impact. I mean, the chamber is directly piped from the roof leaders. That wall, any water that would weep out from behind that wall would be surface runoff, no different than if it was, just falling directly onto the lawn already. So I think it would be fine.
You're at 110 feet there. And it probably says it right in front of me. Your invert's 106.5. How far above ground level is the bottom of this chamber? Groundwater is this chamber? Sounds like groundwater's deep, but
Yeah, groundwater was at 108 inches below 110.
oh, it is. Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah, we did a test pit right in the back there. So groundwater at that location was 108 inches down.
108. You need,
Yes. So what's that? That's 9 feet.
yeah, you only need 24 inches, so that looks good. I noticed there wasn't a test pit on the driveway Caltech.
Yeah, we did one out here. We did not do one down here. We could accept that as a condition. This came to be after the comment from, we didn't realize that we were in an outstanding resource water. So, you know, the only way to capture and treat that and get that volume is to do this. You know, it's one chamber. We picked a shallow, it's the Cultec 150 chamber, so they're only, you know, like 12 inches tall. We were real careful to not have it be very deep in the ground. And we felt consistency between the test pit in the rear and the test pit in the front, that groundwater still was about that 108 inches below the surface, that down here with our invert at 99, I think we were probably okay if that consistently followed that same front to back. As groundwater typically does, it follows the contour of the land generally.
Except where it discharges.
Correct. We have not seen that there, so, but we're happy if at the time to dig another pit there, if the commission wanted to.
Yeah, you've got so much clearance at the other ones. I don't see the necessity of that.
Okay.
When was this project started? When did they start removing trees?
I don't know.
5 years ago.
Oh, that's. This was the owner, I believe the owners and the wife grew up in this house, so it's been a family home for a number of years. I think that was done just kind of as general cleanup a number of years ago.
General cleanup. I'm looking at satellite imagery. They it looks like they clear cut the lot between 2020 and 2021.
About right.
Oh, yeah, 2022, it's stripped bare, it looks like.
Yeah.
Almost.
I don't know.
One, two, three. And there's only half a dozen trees left on it in April of 22.
So quite a bit of disturbance to this site back in, you know, 2021.
Yeah. Well, they say that's water under the bridge, isn't it?
My first visit to that site was when I did the test pits. That was last December. So I don't have any prior knowledge to that.
In any case, this is outside of a wetlands buffer, or
Correct, it is.
so we can say a little bit about that, but not very much, I guess.
How large is the lot, Sean?
Approximately 20,000 square feet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, generally with the stormwater bylaw, if it's an alteration of greater than 5,000 square feet, it requires a permit, but let's just say tree removal's a difficult thing unless you can clearly do it in one event. But if it was done in a short amount of time, at the time, that would have probably needed a stormwater permit if greater than 5,000 square feet of land was altered, but I'll just note that, just given the size of the lot.
So again, that's,
Also, Mr. Chair, we're coming up on 15
Yeah.
minutes. You got a couple minutes.
yeah. So any further questions by the commissioners? Any conditions that you would like to see? Okay, so would anybody care to make?
Tom, I'm sorry, Tom.
Go ahead,
Just
yeah, go
quick,
ahead.
just quickly. I'm noticing on the right side of the driveway that the contours have gotten a little tighter. Let's see, you had 107. Just directly adjacent, between the driveway and the tree that's in the middle, which won't be there soon enough. The contours have gotten quite tight. Is there anything to keep that water from just going right into the street? Sean?
Well, some of it, I guess, will be collected in the trench drain, but generally, no, that area is pretty steep as it is.
Yeah, I know.
I think we're like.
now
3
it's-
to
but
1,
now
and
it's
it was
steeper.
4 to- Yeah, I think it was 4 to 1 and now we're 3 to 1.
Uh,
But we're also proposing lumen seed and, you know, an erosion control blanket and all of that to hopefully give it the ability to grow versus it's kind of rough out there now.
well, as I said, that beech tree is at least three times bigger than what's shown. I mean, it's pretty big. So, you know, what's going to happen is, like I said, it's a weeping beech, so it goes down to the ground. So when this work starts happening, they're going to start limbing up that tree, and you're going to end up with a, you know, a tree that first you got a tree that's, you know, that big, and then it's going to get limbed up, and then you're going to have this area which is probably, it all depends what's going to, you know, is the beech going to have enough life in it that it's going to suck the moisture out of this. It's going to be tough basically to get something to stabilize that slope is my concern. So can you slide down a little more? I mean, is there anything that can be done to, because this, you know, you're going to get all that water right into the road.
Well,
Driver.
the flow path, Chris, is of course at right angles to the new contours. And it looks like that water's gonna end up, most of it's gonna end up on the driveway, planned north of the trench drain.
Well, that all depends on how they edge the driveway.
That's right. So I guess the outstanding question then, Mr. Hardy, would be, is this going to just, is that northern edge of the driveway just going to mesh with the lawn? Or are you gonna put a little bit of a berm there or what?
I think we can call out lumen seed if you wanted some sort of a ground cover or something on the slope as a condition we could do that. You know, I'm not sure if it's the concern about the amount of water that would be coming out onto the street, because by us installing the 6 Cultec chambers that we're proposing, we're reducing the amount of rainfall that goes out onto the street now. You know, there's no stormwater controls now, and it sheet flows off the roof, off the existing driveway without treatment and without any, you know, holding it back. Now, by directing the rear roof to those rear chambers and the front roof to those chambers, and then collecting the proposed driveway and filtering it to the other chamber, you know, there's a lot less runoff leaving the site under the proposed condition than the existing.
And
Trees-
Mr. Chair, sorry, we're
trees-
just past 15 minutes.
Trees are great for slowing down heavy rains by keeping the rain in the canopies and slowing it down. So I'd love to see some trees replanted on this lot.
I think, just one more comment there, that it looks to me as if that sheet flow is going to end up on the driveway and then into the trench drain and then into the Cultec chamber. There is a small area that's going to actually, starting from the center of the tree, it looks like it might miss that catchment.
Yep.
So what do you want, quickly, what do we want to see here?
Chris McIntyre, I think you mentioned maybe some tree plantings and or tree protection guards potentially for the trees that are supposed to remain.
Yeah, definitely would love to see some landscaping in the form of trees to replace what's been removed, because not only are they, you know, great for they're great for mitigating stormwater and heavy rains. So
And
it's been a
certainly
lot of work
protection
done.
of the trunks, Mr. Hardy, you might look at 205 Atlantic as an example of what we'd like to see.
I'm sorry, what was that address?
205 Atlantic, right on the street there where they have strapped lumber to the trunks to make sure that that any construction vehicles don't hit the trunk. And also, we've also required that there be construction fences around critical trees here during the operation. We've seen a lot of broken branches and chunks taken out of the trunks of trees by the people that are actually doing the construction. So we'd really want to see maximum protection, particularly of these trees here on this site.
Okay,
So maybe you can come back to us soon with a slightly modified plan. It doesn't sound like we're quite ready to issue this at the moment. So we encourage you to bring this before us again in at the next meeting. I don't think it'll take very long, probably won't take you very long to come up with the tree protection plan and address the issues that Mr. McFarland has raised.
Okay.
And Commissioner McIntyre as well, if that's acceptable to you and your client.
we'll know that we would have another choice. So, yes, that would be acceptable.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So this would be the next, in 2 weeks,
May 16th, yes.
16th.
Documents due a week before.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, be sure you make that document deadline.
Will do.
Thank you, guys.
Next up is resumption of the public hearing for stormwater permit 2410-246 Main Street. And as I understand it, am I correct, Charlotte, that needed to be read in last time?
Yes, yeah, so the applicant agreed to a continuance, but we just have to read the notice.
Okay, so let me read this one in. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, May 2nd, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for stormwater permit 2410. The public hearing is now open.
All right, thank you, everyone. Jeff Acid here with Morse Engineering for the record. And I'm here for a stormwater permit for a new home at 246 North Main Street. So this property is about 0.75 acres. The existing home sits right here, and they currently have a paved driveway that comes in here and to this point with a turnaround here. The driveway comes up about 10 feet from North Main Street, and then it's generally flat in the area of the house.
Jeff,
In the back,
Jeff, would you zoom in so we don't have all that text over there on the right-hand side and really focus on the map itself, or the plan itself? Thank you.
here we go. So there's an IBW in the back right corner of the property. We're showing that in blue with a 25-foot buffer to it in green. And the property generally slopes towards North Main Street. So the proposed home work will be to demolish that existing home and then construct a new home in that same general location here. And we're utilizing the existing driveway for the most part. We're reconfiguring it a little bit in order to line up with the garage. And then at the driveway, bringing it in at more of a 90-degree angle in order to make that a little safer coming in. But otherwise, you can see it generally follows the existing driveway. They'll have a new septic system replacing a cesspool that they currently have. And all of the roof runoff will go to a roof drywall system here made up of 16 ARC-36 chambers. There are 3 trees to be removed, 2 evergreens, and then I believe that's an oak tree. However, we are proposing 8 trees, 3 street trees across the front, and then 5 evergreens along the property line. So we are proposing more than a 2-to-1 ratio. The majority of this work is in areas that are currently maintained. And we are calling out an erosion barrier along the down gradient property line, basically along North Main Street, and then also up the side property line. And we feel that a stormwater permit can be issued on this. It's not going to alter the drainage patterns in any way, and there won't be any increase in stormwater runoff. Thank you.
Jeff, is there a decrease in stormwater runoff?
There is. It's about a 5% decrease.
Commissioners,
What's the green dash line?
25-foot jurisdictional buffer to the IVW.
Okay.
Sorry, when was that, was that 2023? That was just,
It was
Last
just
week.
flagged on April 10th. So about 3 weeks ago.
what are the tree species that, you're proposing?
We are calling out 2 to 3 inch caliper red maples and 6 to 8 foot tall eastern red cedars. So those are both on your approved list.
Jeff, is there some reason to remove that tree where the proposed soil stockpile area is? What kind of tree is that? Is it
This
very-
one, I want to say a cedar, I'm not positive. It didn't look great though, you know, it's a little, I don't know, it probably could be kept, but the client would like to remove it.
Jeff, it is a cedar, looking at my
Cedar, okay.
photos here.
So you could reorient the stockpile so you don't have to take it out, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're not calling out that tree to be removed because of the stockpile.
Oh.
It's just their preference to remove it. We could certainly plant a couple more cedars somewhere else on the property. Maybe back here.
Yeah, sure.
I'd be fine with that.
What's the elevation of the current building?
The grade around the house goes from about 105 to 106.
So the new. So the garage is at 105, so that's and that's matching the existing driveway, right? So that's staying?
Yeah, exactly. So the existing 105 contour is right here, and we're
Okay.
proposing the slab at 105.5.
But then you've got finished floor at 109.
Right. So top of foundation is at 108, and the grade around the house will be about 107. So we're picking up the grade around the front of the house by about a foot. And we are proposing stone walls. There are 3 of them, because the grade comes up here about 12 feet currently from the road up to the house. So these stone walls, they'll be stone. They won't be like concrete block. They'll look nice, but they don't exceed 4 feet tall, and they'll kind of create more of a plateau there instead of a steep slope.
Charlotte, do you have
Also-
any photographs?
Yeah, and also Jeff, I'm sorry, I will correct myself. The large deciduous tree you have marked to be removed in the back of the home is an oak, and then the coniferous tree in the stockpile area, it actually looks like a spruce, like a dying spruce, because half the
Okay.
bottom has lost its foliage.
Where-
But yeah, I can pull up site photos too.
Where's that oak? It's
The
going,
oak is behind the home.
This one here.
and you're gonna cut that down. How big is that?
24-inch caliber.
That's a bit-
It's close to the foundation. It's going to be compromised.
I'll defer to you, Chris
Charlotte, do you want to show pictures?
McFarland. on-
Up-
on
Yeah,
what you think
up to
about
the
that.
commission.
Well,
Okay.
they're also changing the grade by 2 feet there, Tom, so that they can't change the grade and keep the tree.
Okay. Hate to see those oaks go down, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Thought I had it. I have a million things open, sorry. So this is just the existing driveway looking down at North Main. Coming around the back of the home. I think it's the right side of the house. This tree, I think, is on the driveway, and Jeff, I think that one's supposed to remain. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the only two to be removed were the ones in the
Correct.
back.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, these are also trees on the side of the driveway. This is the erosion barrier up at the front sidewalk facing North Main. Existing trees in the front and sloped front yard. House. Keep going to the back. So this is the back of the home. So it looks like a larger oak tree, and this looks like a spruce to me, but please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking at photos.
Without leaves.
Yep. That shed, I think, is supposed to remain on the plan in the back of the home. I think it is.
They're actually going to be removed.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
originally
Okay, so
called them out
these,
to remain, and then on the revised plan, we switched
okay.
that. They'll be
So
fine.
this and this, both of these are going to be removed.
They are, yes.
That's the, looks like what looks like a spruce. This is the back.
What's all this?
This is the backyard.
Yeah, but
There's already construction going on here?
They were brought in to loam, and they were re-loaming and seeding the backyard, and we told them to stabilize it immediately and get in the erosion barrier, and they did. And the grass is growing again now. I do wish I had, waited, but they did stop as soon as we told them to. And their case was they're removing debris and re-loaming and seeding their lawn.
Don't they need a building permit before they start construction here, Jeff?
They didn't start construction. Their take was they were removing debris, cleaning up the yard.
And that's not part of construction.
No, you don't need a building permit for that.
Preparing the site, that's not part of construction.
There's an excavator on the site.
You need a demo permit, but I don't know if that involves lawn stuff. But like for obviously doing anything in the home and outside of the home, you need a demo permit.
Charlotte, was that disturbance within the 25 of that IVW?
Yeah, so on a separate note, this was something that we discovered after the fact. There was some, as Jeff had mentioned, the applicant was removing a lot of like junk debris in this back corner here, while he was kind of reseeding the backyard. I did talk to the applicant and Jeff about this, so this will be brought up as a separate wetlands concern in a future show cause hearing. But for the purposes of the stormwater permit, the wetland was flagged, buffer zones were shown on the plan as required per our stormwater regs, and they are staying outside of the 25-foot buffer for the stormwater work. But we will discuss this wetlands buffer disturbance as part of a future show cause.
Shouldn't we address that before we issue any permits?
I would think so.
Well, there was land disturbance. I don't know if it was greater than 5,000 square feet, but I think he was just
Looks like the
reseeding.
resource was impacted, Charlotte. Looks like brush was pushed in right into the resource there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how much of it was actually pushed versus existing, but I did see the evident disturbance that looked like material was definitely removed, but also potentially pushed in. I mean, it could have some of it could have been existing. I wasn't here before this happened, but I did speak to the applicant about this, and he did agree to restore the buffer zone area. But I figured that would be a separate show cause because we did not put that on the agenda for tonight.
So, and since these photos were taken, they have put in the mulch stock at the 25-foot buffer, and they put down a seed mix in the buffer zone and also planted native bushes in this area that we're looking at. It is separate from the stormwater permit filing. We weren't proposing any work in that area at all, and we do plan to address it through a show cause. It'll likely be an NOI filing with a mitigation plan for that area. But that's in that back right corner of the property, away from where this project is.
I guess your applicant's in a hurry, getting a little far out over his skis.
Yeah, I wish they had pumped the brakes a little bit on this, but
Yeah.
The minute we told them to stop, they did.
You ever started the motor?
Yeah, exactly.
I tend to agree that we really shouldn't even be talking about this until we address this violation.
Also, does this property abut Wheelwright Town Parcel?
It does in the
It
back.
does. Do you guys want me to stop sharing? I'm just going backwards with my photos.
Yeah. I think
When did you take those pictures, Charlotte?
So I went to the site on April 9th, and I did talk to the applicant and Jeff and James Garfield from Morse that same day, just letting them know, because on the state GIS maps, you don't see a wetland, but isolated vegetative wetlands often are not really shown on the GIS maps. So I called both the applicant and the engineer about it, and I said we have to have it investigated by a wetlands person. I believe it was John Zimmer who went out and flagged it. Was it Brad? Okay, yeah, so SRE, South River Environmental, went out and flagged it. They designated as an isolated wetland. I believe they gave us the, did they give us the wetland summary, or was it just added to the plan, Jeff? I don't see the report, but,
He gave me a wetland summary. If we didn't provide it to you, I'll send it along.
okay,
Yeah.
so, but yeah, since
Can you
then,
pull up near map?
near map, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't show.
Sorry, I just have to log back in. We are getting close to 15 minutes. I will just note that.
It looks on Nearmat like that disturbance was too recent to be really noticeable, or it's not.
I don't know if you're gonna see it on near map, but you can see the existing conditions.
So I think that just judging by the comment so far that Jeff, I think we need to continue this until after we've had a show cause hearing for this.
Yeah, if it's okay with you, could we continue this 2 meetings out? Because I'll file a notice of intent for that work within the buffer zone. And we're already past the filing deadline for the next meeting.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And,
Well,
yeah, and I'll have
before I
I'll
say
have a
that,
planting plan put together.
I need to see at least a head nod from the commissioners to see whether they agree with me about this. Or would you guys like to see some different sequence of events here, let's say?
No, I agree.
Okay. Kathy, what do you think?
Also agree. I'm fine with that.
Chris, you want to see this show cause or notice of intent first, and then we'll deal with the stormwater permit after we've sorted that out?
Yep.
Okay.
Agreed.
So informally, Jeff, it sounds like we're pretty much all on the same page here. So if you could do that, I think that would be good.
Okay, and can you put the stormwater permit on that same agenda like later?
Yeah, so Jeff, do you want to continue the stormwater permit to June 6th, and you can submit an NOI for the 6th as well, and then it can all be on the same date?
Yes, please. That would,
Okay.
that would work.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so this is continued until June 6th.
Okay. All right.
Next,
Jeff,
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
next, a resumption of the public hearing for an amended NOI 2001 stormwater permit 2001 175 Sawyer Street. This is an open air pool accessory. Not sure what that means, but let's hear it.
All right, so this property is 175 Sawyer Street. The owners are Michael and Jocelyn Crowell. And we're requesting an amended order of conditions and amended stormwater permit. The project is a swimming pool in their backyard that was previously approved by the commission. The pool has been constructed as well as the patio. It's all stabilized, but that permit is still open. And they would like to add to that, the project an open air structure at the end of the pool. So I'll share my plan and show you what I'm referring to. It's not showing. There it is. So this is the pool. It has been constructed. The patio has been constructed. And what we're adding is this open air structure at the end. It'll have a solid back, and then there'll be a roof held up by 4 posts. We're keeping all of the work outside of the 50-foot buffer, which we've already staked. It really has a negligible impact on the stormwater calculations, but we did update them accordingly. And with the 50-foot buffer being staked, you know, they know right where they can work up to. The other more minor changes were that when in preparing this amended plan, we did do an as-built of the pool. We found that it was shifted about 5 feet. So we're showing that actual as-built location. It still complies with all the setbacks and it's outside of the 50-foot buffer. And then the pool equipment, the fencing around that goes just into the 50-foot buffer. And the homeowners have no issue with just moving that corner to bring it out of the 50, so we don't need a waiver. So that'll be behind the wall. It won't really be visible. So they have no objection to that. The actual equipment is over here outside. So
Jeff,
yeah.
do you have the original plan?
I do.
So Jeff, why isn't the pool equipment shown on this plan?
You know, back in 2019, we did not show the pool equipment on the plan.
And the pool equipment's been installed, right?
Yeah, the pool is completely installed and functioning.
I don't think we would have approved the equipment just
Oh, we
right up against the 50-foot buffer.
You know, I think back then we often did not show the pool equipment on these plans. You know, obviously.
Well, you were wrong then.
I'm not saying we weren't, but it was common.
Period. Okay. Wrong period.
Yeah, I'm
So
pretty sure we
can
would
you go
not.
back to the new plan and show us the grading? Because I don't see how you shifted that pool 5 feet and still kept the grading in place. You put a wall in.
No, that wall is proposed. So in order to keep the grade up, so this is the edge of the existing patio.
Yeah.
And the grade's only coming up there 1 foot. So in order to not grade into the 50-foot buffer, we're putting a 1.5 foot tall wall right there at the highest point.
And when was that delineated? Sorry, then,
It was delineated in
19?
2019 when this project was being originally permitted. That permit is still open though and valid. You actually just granted an extension to it at the last meeting.
Do you have a plan of the structure?
No, I don't, but it's essentially 4 posts in a roof. It'll have bluestone below
And a
it,
back wall.
and a back wall with bluestone below it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at April of 2023. That's a rotten place to have put that pool equipment.
Sure is.
What the heck?
What kind of
You guys
filter
didn't
is
even
it?
show, you didn't show that to the commission at the time? Jeff? That wasn't shown to the commission at the time you applied?
This is the approved plan. Yep.
Well, wait a
That's
minute.
what's approved.
If the approved plan does not include your pool equipment there, you just showed us the plan. It doesn't show that.
This plan we're looking at now, this is the plan that was approved back in 2019, and then it was amended in 2020.
Okay, I don't see any pool equipment on the approved plan.
No, you're right.
So,
If I may, Tom, that is something that, I mean, again, I wasn't here for this time frame, but at least in some of the COC requests that I've processed that were submitted around this time frame, the pool equipment for these types of projects was often added to the as-built and they weren't on the original plan. So as Jeff mentioned, it may have just been something that they previously didn't used to put on plans. But it is a pattern. This doesn't look like it's an individual thing. I have noticed this with other as-built COC requests, if
Yep.
that helps for context.
It-
So.
You know, that was
That
actually
is,
something
that is
that
good
Charlotte picked
context,
up.
but that is good context, but it still doesn't affect the approval process here.
No, you're right. You're right. Just wanted to mention it for context.
The submitted plan should have included that pool equipment. And that very well have made it's something of a difference when the commission viewed it. And now, you know, it's right up against the 50. It certainly could have been closer, could have been actually on the southwest corner of the pool. That's probably what we would have been insisting on tonight. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but this seems like a little bit of bait and switch to me.
I mean,
And
it certainly was not the
Charlotte,
intent for
Charlotte
this
has
to be a
said
bait and
that
switch.
it was customary not to do this. That's neither here nor there. The fact is that on the face of it, you guys have built a structure that was not approved. Your applicant has built something that was not approved.
So it certainly was not the intent to be, you know, misleading in any way. You know, every pool needs pool equipment. And at the time, 5 years ago, the commission, most pool projects unfortunately did not show the pool equipment. You know, looking back, we don't do that now, and that doesn't make it right. But when
Well,
we filed
okay.
this application, Charlotte brought up
Can
that
I
the
interrupt
pool
for a
equipment
minute?
might-
I want to recognize.
Charlotte
For
brought
the
up that the
record
pool equipment
that,
might be in the 50-foot buffer. So we sent the survey
Jeff, can-
for
Jeff,
let me
No.
let me interrupt for just a moment, please. I just want to for the record indicate that Will Ashton has joined us. He's going to do a late roll call. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, present.
thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
And
Continue.
Will, just for the record, we'll just have you catch up on the previous hearings and then just the first part of this hearing. So.
okay.
Jeff, do you know what kind of filters on this pool?
No, I don't.
Okay, you need to bring that back because if this is a sand filter, it has to be backwashed weekly, if not more. And if that's where it's located, then the backwash, which carries a lot of chlorine, goes right into the wetland.
Yes.
And they're gonna have to move this equipment. And we're not gonna approve, or I'm certainly not gonna even entertain approving this structure without first dealing with the issue of what's actually happened out here. So I think we need to know this information.
Okay. Well, so Charlotte brought to our attention that the pool equipment could have been in the 50-foot buffer, and we had the surveyors locate it. And, you know, we were thankful that the equipment was at least out of the 50-foot buffer. And like I said, they are willing to move that fence back. I know it would be a big undertaking to redo the equipment and all the plumbing associated with that to move it. But let me get some answers for you on the filter, and we can chat about it at the next meeting.
Yeah, I suggest you consult with the applicant. It's highly likely that we're going to want to see that moved. It was not on the original plan. It's not an approved structure.
Yeah, I mean, you do typically, you know, you try to keep the work all outside of the 50-foot buffer. I think that that would have been the
You're still on
intent.
100, Jeff. That's our regulatory territory.
Okay. All right. Well, let me look into it.
Jeff, do you want to continue to 5/16, which unfortunately now is already long, or do you want to also push off to June 6th? Or do you want to just pick a date for now and then let me know if that
Well,
needs to change?
for this one, do you mind pushing out to 5/16?
Yeah. Okay.
I know the homeowners would like to get going if possible.
Okay.
Yep. Just
So.
Another late night, so just warning everybody.
Public hearing for stormwater permit 2410, 246 North Main Street is continued until June 6th, or did you say 16th?
5/16.
6, oh, yeah, May.
This
May-
wasn't Main Street, this was Sawyer.
Yeah, oh, yeah, sorry. I haven't been advancing my agenda here, or my script. Okay, the public hearing for NOI 20-01, stormwater permit 2001, 175 Sora Street is now continued until May 16th.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Yeah,
thanks, everyone.
wait, can I ask one other question? I know this isn't part of the hearing. Jeff, who stakes out the pool for construction?
Well, if they call us, we stake it out.
Okay.
Next is a resumption of the public hearing for NOI 2410, 150 Howard Gleason Road, perimeter gate and fence.
Tom, for the record, I watched the tape and submitted a affidavit that was done.
Thank you. You're muted, Mr. Lewis. You're muted. There you go.
Hello, sorry about that.
No problem.
So I will make this very quick. I really appreciated having you guys out to the site. You saw the conditions that we had there. So the long and short story is that we need to review this. with-
Mark, I'm so sorry. Can you please state your name and affiliation for the record?
Oh, okay. Mark Lewis.
Sorry.
I'm a senior designer and planner at Boston College, representing the Bellarmine House.
Thank you.
So, like I said, thank you again for all coming out and seeing that. I think you could see the issues we're having there. And we realize now, looking at where the flags actually are, as opposed to what we thought they were, that we're going to be running up against some natural hazards that will not make it necessary to actually have fence in some areas. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the surveyors stake out the property line. We're going to put some stakes up with where we're proposing to put fence where we can. And we know that on that north side where there's an existing roadway there, what I'm told is that we were supposed to keep that roadway for whatever reason, but now looking at the plot plan where the Herman's houses are, there'd be no way to get through it. So I think we need to do a little bit of research on whether we can get rid of that road completely, let the reeds take over, perform, then that would give us a natural barrier already. It would prohibit the need for any type of fencing, we think, on that side. So again, the long and short is that we will take a look at that area very carefully, come back with a much reduced plan on the north side. And then on the south side, we still would like to put the gate up, some type of ornamental fencing to a certain point, and then potentially some of that post and wire fence railing, maybe up to the ledge rock. There are two additional houses to the west as well. And we're not sure the impact of how close that's going to be, but we'll study that carefully and come back with a thoughtful plan that hopefully will satisfy everybody.
Sounds good. I would point out that I believe that the proposed footprints for those houses to the right are part of the public record. Is that correct, Charlotte? The proposed footprints of the construction to the west of Bellarmine, is that part of the construction? So those part of the public record?
I don't know. I know the planning board approved the common driveway, but it did not show the location of any homes on abutting properties, but
I do have a plan that shows a footprint. I'm not sure.
Oh, you do? Okay.
But I've done an overlay, and I'll
Okay.
show that on our plans. I'm sure it will.
So you can,
probably
Okay.
be a
so
little
you
bit-
can work from that.
I think it'll be helpful for you to see the proximity of the proposed footprint of these houses relative to where we're proposing.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my intent, to see that
I'll make sure that that's on
You
there
were
when
aware.
we make submission, so. So yes, we probably won't continue to the next meeting because we've got a bit of work to do. But Charlotte, I'll let you know.
Okay,
For now, let's just stay there, but we'll probably push this off. To a
okay.
later
Do you
date.
want to do maybe June 6th or June 20th or?
Why don't we try for June 6th? See what we
June
can do
6th,
for
okay.
them.
Okay.
But then before we do that, did any commissioners have comments from the ones who attended the site walk? Did you guys have any comments or thoughts or input for Mark so we can, consider that for plans? No.
I just say that your plan to utilize the natural barriers there is superior to putting a fence all the way around your property. I think that's a good strategy.
I was really, I tried to do an overlay with the GIS map to try to see where the rock was, but there was too much vegetation shown, but it is a natural barrier. I don't think anybody's gonna want to traipse through there for any reason, so hopefully I can try to delineate that better on the next plan we show you.
So I think you need to think carefully and maybe consult with Charlotte. If you're talking about removing the road that's on your property, on Boston College's property, that this be done as a ecological restoration, Charlotte, would that be
Yeah.
what we'd be looking at? If they want to remove the road.
The answer is it depends, and I can look into that with Mark, because that
Yeah.
would involve refiling and modifying the notice of intent form. So we can look into that.
The truth is that about 70% of that is on the Herman's property, not ours.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But if you're going to do
Yeah.
anything on your
Sure.
property, of course, then
Yeah.
I think you need to stay in close contact with Charlotte to make sure that
Absolutely.
your plan is
Without question.
consistent with our rules of ecological restoration as they may be.
No problem with that at all.
Good, thank you.
Great.
Okay, so public hearing NOI 2410, 150 Howard Gleason Road is now continued until June 6th. Is that correct? Okay. Right.
Thank
Yes.
you, Mark.
Thank you so much. Have a great
Thank
night.
you.
You
Thank
too,
you.
thanks.
Thank you.
So now we're going to resume the public hearing NOI 24-9, stormwater permit 2413 for 48 Lambert's Lane. This is a garage, a wall, and stormwater management.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Just gonna join with my computer there as well as my iPad here, so I can share that screen.
And for the record, Rick, could you state your name and affiliation? We also have the applicants, Pam and John Hayden.
Yes, Rick Grady from Grady Consulting, the engineers for the applicant on this proposed project.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure if Eugene Matty is trying to join us or not. I don't know if you can see him out there in the audience.
I do not, but if he wants to raise his hand and he is present, I will promote him.
Thank
Oh,
you.
there he is.
All set?
Yes, there he is. Signed
Very
on as
good.
E2.
Thank you. Again, Rick Grady from Grady Consulting, along with the applicants, John and Pam Hayden, and their general contractor, Eugene Matty. At the last hearing 2 weeks ago, the commission had asked us to look at some options for relocating the proposed garage addition. We met on site last Friday, and thank you to all the commissioners who showed up to walk the site with us. We did have these options with us at the time, and I'll go to the highlighted versions here. I got some numbers on the other screen here. So this was as submitted. There was 2,361 square feet of driveway proposed, approaching the new garage, and 597 square feet of roof area within the 100-foot buffer. Again, nothing within the 50-foot wetland setback on that. That was for a total of 2,958 square feet. We provided an option B where we had squared up the proposed garage and made it more parallel to the house to see what that would look like. It didn't have much change to the driveway setback to the wetland resource area. We're still about 60 feet from the driveway to the edge of wetlands. It did reduce our impervious coverage. Driveway went down, or actually driveway went up to 2596, but the addition went down to 260. So we had a slight reduction of about 100 square feet of impervious overall. Option C, we kept the same angle that we had previously. This is actually something one of the commissioners had mentioned. If we had slid the addition back to get the front corner a little bit more out of the 100-foot buffer, that resulted in 2,558 square feet. I'm sorry, 2,658 square feet of driveway within the 100-foot buffer. So a slight increase there, but a pretty large decrease in the roof area in the buffer down to 50 square feet there. So overall, option C resulted in the least total impervious area within the 100-foot buffer. For the purposes of these three options that we prepared for discussion, we did not revise the plan to change the retaining wall. If option C turns out to be the one the commission prefers, we will take and run the retaining wall parallel to the driveway and bring it around and back up, something along those lines there outside of the buffer in the back. So we would increase the distance of the retaining walls for a fairly large portion of that as well. The other nice thing about this option is that as we do relocate portions of that retaining wall a little further uphill, the wall's not as tall either because the base of it will be uphill at a higher elevation. So we'd love to get the commission's feedback on preferred option of these and come back to you with a revised plan with all of the necessary details to wrap this up.
Commissioners,
Answer any questions.
Can I ask you to go to the original plan, please?
Yes. Would you like the colored one or the non-colored one?
I like the one with the property lines.
Okay. So the property line is a stone wall over to the left-hand side of the sheet here.
Mm-hmm.
And to zoom out quite a bit, it's quite a large lot.
And I'm assuming this is a 2 or 3 story structure, is that correct?
Yes, we have a few different elevations of it here as well. The existing home from here, and here's the proposed garage over to the left.
So it's prohibitive to put it onto the right side of the house, correct?
It is.
Because of setbacks.
Our property line setback over there is fairly tight. We've only got approximately 30 feet there.
what's the dimension of the garage?
The proposed garage is 36 by 42.
Okay.
If we do go to option C, where we'd be pushing it back, these steps potentially could take up a lot of space getting into the garage. So we may want to bump this out 4 feet over here outside of the buffer zone to accommodate a set of stairs without interfering with the garage.
And is that connector on both levels or is it just on the upper level?
I believe it's just on the lower level.
That's correct. It's a breezeway on the lower level.
Thank you. Yeah, here's the connection in an elevation view from the back, and they are not proposing the pool.
So the alternatives first of all, I appreciate your presentation of these alternatives. And they certainly do, I think, improve on the original design. I'm wondering if it were possible to actually move that driveway farther away from the 50-foot. You already have an existing driveway that's going to remain. And if that were shifted a bit, you probably would reduce your impervious and certainly take up less of the 100-foot buffer. We don't tend to treat the 50 to 100-foot buffer as, yeah, you can, it really doesn't exist. We do have jurisdiction there. We do try to use, to some extent, that 100-foot buffer as additional protection for the resource. And it looks to me like that driveway could be peeled off somewhere around the 50-foot contour and get a good part of it out of the 100-foot buffer and probably reduce the total impervious as well.
Speaking of impervious, the driveway is proposed to be just a standard asphalt. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Is there any consideration of like an impervious surface or impervious asphalt or pervious asphalt? Pervious.
We've talked about that, and Eugene was going to talk to the paving company to get a sense of what the order of magnitude on the cost difference would be to do that as impervious versus a pervious driveway. And we don't have the answer to that back yet, but it is something that we are looking at with the applicant.
Mm-hmm. And the rain garden, would that be installed by a landscaper or what? We were in the vicinity of that and there's a lot of ledge down there. Is that, just curious if that has been explored by the contractor that would install it and if that ledge would impede the function of the rain garden.
Yeah, we're trying to tuck the rain garden up tight to that ledge, and we did take some additional measurements so that we can depict the location of that more accurately for the commission on the next revised plan when we do come up with which option we're going to be going with here. And to answer your question, our anticipation is that that'll be done by a landscaper.
Could I ask you to go back to the renderings, please? So these renderings, the garage, you only have those two?
Oh, no, we've got,
Because the
a whole bunch.
garage looks like it's in line with the house, but then you tweaked it.
so under option B, if you'll recall, we brought the house parallel, or the garage
Yeah.
parallel to the existing house.
Yeah.
So accordingly, this is the option B elevation that they had the architect
Okay.
put together for
Alright.
them. So yes, this is parallel to
And
the,
what's the distance between the existing house and the garage?
for that option there, roughly 12 feet.
Want to switch back to the last one you were showing? The plan? So in your rendering, you show a something that looks like it peels off from the proposed driveway somewhere again around the 50-foot buffer that curves back around to this existing driveway. To switch back to the rendering again. Yeah, so maybe I'm just misinterpreting this, but because it's really on that left edge there. But here you have this triangle of lawn that doesn't, now switch back to the proposed, to the plan.
Accurate.
That doesn't match at all. Maybe it matches on option A, your first one?
No, because the
No, it
architect
doesn't.
is really kind of just sketching
Okay, so
that
you're,
up there.
so
We-
your rendering in your plan are inconsistent. But in
The
fact,
architect,
but in fact, it really speaks to my point that you could actually have peel that driveway up higher up the hill and put far less impervious material in the 100-foot buffer. Why not do that? Go back to your drawing, to your rendering. I'd even pull it farther up the hill, but even without doing that, you can see that you'd get out of the 100-foot buffer a lot sooner than staying with it all the way down to the road. Our objective here is to reduce the impervious area within the wetlands buffers. And that should be your goal when you're designing this, is to really keep that into foremost in mind when you're designing this. Now, another alternative would be to put maybe a shell driveway up there, but since that goes to the garage, you probably don't want to do that because you know, makes it a pain in the neck to clear any snow. So that is your primary driveway. I don't know, maybe you want to change the other driveway. I mean, there's a number of things you could do here, but it seems like the simplest thing is simply to peel that new driveway off the existing one higher up the hill so that you really are getting a great deal of impervious area out of the 100-foot buffer.
Mr. Chair, we're also close to 15 minutes.
Okay, so I think commissioners, any thoughts or questions?
Yeah, yeah, that's one of the things that struck me when we were on the sidewalk is that they have the existing driveway, which they want to keep, and that's fine, but to add just that much more impervious surface, I feel like there are alternatives with the driveway that could be explored.
Chris McFarland or Kathy or Will, and any thoughts about this?
Yes, I'd
Yeah,
like to.
no, I concur with everything that's said.
Also,
so we understand what the commission is asking on the driveway, and that's something that we can look at with the applicant. At the conclusion of the last meeting, we were going to review the options or the alternatives with the commission. Could you give us a little direction on whether you prefer the A, B, or C?
I can't speak for the whole commission, but clearly the one, I believe it's C, that has the least amount of the garage within the buffer is preferable to the others. Again, we're trying to see how much, trying to minimize the amount of impervious surface is laid down in both of the buffers. I've done a great job of staying out of the 50. I know a lot of our applicants think that that's all they really need to do and that the 50 to 100 is fair game. But if it's undeveloped, that's not the case. This is not developed and it's pervious right now. And so I think sounds like our preference might be to shift that driveway so that you can really minimize the amount of impervious area within that 100-foot buffer. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that was gonna be my only comment is the options aren't really, they don't seem, I know there's three here, but they don't seem like three different options really. None of them, other than changing the angle of the garage, are very different from one another. And I know we brought up the property line on the other side of the house, but I think that there is, I know it's not shown on this screen, but to the back corner of the house, there is space there. And even if that's not on a plan, it'd be interesting to know why you didn't contemplate using that side that already has the existing driveway, put a garage behind the house over there.
That would certainly remove that, take that rain garden farther away from the wetland, but I don't know, maybe there isn't room there. Well, I mean, it's 30, that garage is what, 36 feet? And how many, what's the distance from that property line to the edge of the house? It looks like it's 40 feet.
40 feet over on the right, yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, there, I mean,
you gotta,
there are,
I believe you have a
there
5%
are
setback.
architectural ways to get creative, that it's not just plop it there at the end of the house. I understand that may not be the applicant's preference, and if that's fine, if you just don't want the garage on that side, then like everybody else said, there are some things you can do with the driveway to get the impervious away from the buffer zone.
And I do believe it on the sidewalk, there was, someone commented that at least one of the garage bays was gonna be left, if not two. Is that not correct?
Oh, on the existing garage,
Yeah,
that's going to be converted over to living space.
it's all gonna be all living space?
Yes.
Okay,
So the garage doors are being removed and they're putting a,
okay, I thought someone said that at least one bay was remaining.
nope.
Okay, so I think that if you have any further questions about the direction that we're preferring, now's the time to raise them, and once you're clear on what we would like to see, then a continuance obviously is in order here.
Okay, yeah, I believe I heard that unless we're gonna remove it from the buffer zone altogether, option C is the preferred out of the variations that we looked at on the left side.
Well, no, I don't think anyone said that was the preferred. I think that the preference is to go with the version that is kind of has the least impact on the resource area. I mean, I think C happens to be the best, but I don't believe you need to have a 12-foot walkway between the house and C. And you know, if you know, I don't, all I'm seeing is kind of squares on the page. I don't even know what's in that walkway, so it's really hard for me to say that C could shrink down to 8 feet and be the best one, because I don't really know what's going on. But you know, other commissioners can say otherwise, but I think the idea is that whichever one has the least impact on the resource area is the preferred version. You know, there's tree removal. I think we talked about on the site visit. I'm not 100% sure that the gas tank could actually be dug into there without ending up digging into the 50-foot. I think that's an issue. I mean, we can't point to it and say that's the one to go with. I think you have to take it and you know, massage it to the point where you feel that it's the absolute best scenario that can work.
We can say that C is better than A and B, but that's not that's a relative statement. I think that all of us can see that there is potential for quite a bit more improvement here. And again, I just remind you that your from a regulatory standpoint, you need to be looking at what we value here. And what
Well-
our regulations are promulgated on, which is to keep these buffer zones as pervious as possible. All of this has impacts on the larger system that we live in here in Cohasset, which is wetland rich, as we all know, and water management is an issue for neighbors and for the system itself. So anything you can do here to reduce these pervious surfaces, particularly in our jurisdiction, which is that 100-foot buffer, all the way to the resource itself and the resource itself, which is the wetland. So your design should be predicated on reducing that to the greatest extent possible.
We understand the commission's desire on that. We do believe that each option that we're presented here complies with all of the regulations. We do respect the commission's opinion, and we will look at some of your desires. But I do feel that all of the options that we've presented here, even the initial submittal, is in compliance with the commission's regulations and the Wetland Protection Act regulations. So we will continue to work with the commission. But again, we do feel that we've designed something here that meets all of the regulations.
Well,
Thanks.
I believe that the regulation for the 100-foot buffer is no adverse impact.
Yes.
And from an engineering standpoint, the things that you do to meet that and conform with that is you design stormwater standards that comply with the state requirements, which we have. You provide impediments to future encroachment on those wetlands, which actually isn't a violation until they take place. So I've been doing this for a very long time. This does comply with the regulations, and we're going to continue to work with the commission. But what we've presented does comply with the regulations.
Okay.
We appreciate you presenting the alternatives. I think we as a commission have, we think that there's more effort that can be done to present better alternatives. When you look at the 100-foot buffer and the driveway, I think the further out you get away from the 50 would be, appreciated. Every foot away from the wetland, in my opinion, is better than encroaching on the wetland. So that's what we're asking, I think.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, we are over 20 minutes here, so just trying to be respectful for everyone else on the call.
Right. So with that, I think that we've made our points. You've made yours. We would recommend that you request the continuance.
I haven't had a chance to discuss this with the applicant, and so I may ask them to weigh in here. I am not available on May 16th. So I need them to chime in on whether I can get the revised plans and everything in, but I need them to weigh in whether they would like to cover this meeting themselves on the 16th, or if they want me available, then we might have to go to the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean,
So our next three meetings, John, are the May 16th, June 6th, and June 20th.
yeah, I mean, let's work with your schedule, Rick. I mean, we definitely want to revise the plans based on the conversations here and get it pulled together, but we'll figure out what the right date is. It sounds like, Charlotte, that would mean not the next meeting, but the weekend, the meeting after that.
Sure, yeah, so June 6th.
I think so, yeah.
Sorry,
Does that-
6th,
does
yeah,
that-
6th,
does that work-
6th.
Does that work for you, Rick?
Yes.
Okay, so if you need additional time, of course, you just consult with Charlotte, but in the meantime, then we'll just say that the public hearing for NOI 2409 and stormwater permit 2413, 48 Lammers Lane is continued until June 6th.
Thank you.
Welcome.
You guys.
Next is resumption of the public hearing for NOI 2409, stormwater permit 2401, 26, 28, 30, 32 Lambert's Lane. This has been, the NOI has been continued from February 15th and the stormwater permit from April 18th.
Just give me 1 second. I'm promoting people now.
So we're going to deal with the, as per the agenda, the notice of intent will be what we want to talk about first.
For everyone I just promoted, can you please all state your names and affiliations for the public record, please?
David Murphy at Ty & Bond, solid waste engineer for the client.
So we'll set the agenda. And I think we're going to cut to the chase here, which is item 3 here. So Mr. Murphy, you would.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have to reiterate here for the public record. I'll just say it. We have John Ormond and Thomas Ormond, the applicants, Alton Stone from Stone Engineering representing the applicant. And then there is another representative, Jeffrey Hertz.
Yes.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you, Jeff. And sorry, what's your company? Is it Ty & Bond?
No, I'm with Alton Stone.
Oh,
I'm
okay. Thank you.
also a civil engineer.
Thank you.
So the central question here for the NOI is really, to my mind, whether this is for lots, I guess they would be 30 and 32, maybe that are lying within the riverfront area, which is a resource with no buffers. And there are standards for development and standards for redevelopment. And we need to understand whether which of those alternatives are applicable here. So as it's my understanding that Mr. Murphy has visited the site and is going to tell us about it.
Mr. Orman was going to do a high-level review. Are we skipping past that?
Yeah, we are. We've
Okay.
heard Mr. Orman's high-level reviews over and over again. I think we're all pretty familiar with them.
Very good. I will jump right in. Again, David Murphy. I'm at Ty & Bond. I've been practicing solid waste management for 38 years. Represented literally hundreds of municipalities and many private clients. All of the solid waste companies in the Commonwealth at one time or another I've represented. I've worked with Camp Dresser McKee and previous employee representing the town of Cohasset on your municipal landfill, and also representing the town of Cohasset as it related to Paul Berry's site at Cohasset Heights. So I'm very familiar with the town, hundreds of relatives in Situate, Cohasset, so I know the town well. I've surveyed many lots and many septic systems. That said, 9 years of my life, I was at Mass DEP in the Commissioner's Office. I had the lead role of lead engineer for the Commonwealth, and I also wore the hat of overseeing the enforcement for the Commonwealth with several other people out of our office. I did visit the site. I issued a memo to the client documenting my observations. From my experience and professional opinion, there is a dumping ground on his property, a historic dumping ground. It's subject to the Mass Solid Waste DEP regulations, 310 CMR 19. The jurisdiction for the cleanup of that dumping ground would be the Cohasset Board of Health as the primary, with the Massachusetts DEP Solid Waste Department in the Northeast region as the not the backup, but the supplementary. So a decision needs to be made between the Board of Health and the DEP as to who takes lead on mandating and overseeing and managing that cleanup. But it's clearly, in my mind, in my professional opinion, a dumping ground that does need to be dealt with. Obviously, your jurisdiction in the resource areas is a little bit separate, but nevertheless, that I assume that the Board of Health and the Conservation Commission will work together to deal with the solid waste dumping ground on the property.
So I've read your letter, Mr. Murphy, and I have a question, which is, what is the objective difference between litter and a dumping ground?
Litter is typically superficial and has been blown in from literally the wind or blown in litter, as opposed to some entity that has placed waste on the property over a period of time. Clearly, there's shingles and all sorts of burn debris on the property. So it qualifies, as from my opinion, and I think that you'd see the same from Mark Fairbrother, the solid waste section chief up in the Northeast region.
Yeah, so blown in by the wind for litter. I mean, so somebody that throws their Bud Light can out the window driving along Jerusalem Road here, that seems like litter to me.
I don't disagree.
So again, some of that stuff isn't blown in, but it certainly, to at least to a lay person, I would say, and I don't consider myself an expert in this by any means, but there's a good deal of litter out there. But does this really constitute a dumping ground? And if it does, what are the objective means of distinguishing the parts of the site that are a dumping ground from those that may just be litter?
I'm not sure that that is a question that has been litigated anywhere, to my knowledge.
Yeah, it's certainly not defined in by the state.
No, I don't think you'll find a policy or a regulation that will give you a better definition of what I kind of went through. I will tell you that the Commonwealth, if you bury two animals in one hole, it's now officially a landfill. There are some awkward policies, but this area, if you have an area of the site where you simply have litter, superficial that's clearly new, that might not be considered within the boundaries of the dumping ground itself. However, there are so many spots around this property but clearly someone has been actively, over the course of many decades, dumping material on the property that they shouldn't have been, and it's an enforceable issue that should be dealt with. And again, the Board of Health really should be the one taking the lead on, overseeing this or helping to oversee this cleanup.
So again, as a layman, I took a look at the DEP protocols for initiating a site investigation and actually conducting it, and then what decisions remediation would be based on. Have you performed any of those?
Well, I don't know that you will find a protocol for a dumping ground assessment and investigation anywhere within the department rules. You'll find certainly assessment and remediation issues within the MCP, the Mass Contingency Plan, for an old landfill procedure, but I'm unaware of procedural steps for dumping ground assessment. So I would turn you for precedent probably just to the Board of Health working together with DEP to work those out. And they typically will be test pitting, delineation of the boundaries of the area, making sure there's, that the waste is truly just a dumping ground, solid waste.
Pardon me, David, Charlotte, our attorney would like to join the meeting, Greg McGregor. He can help with this. Charlotte, can you promote my attorney, Greg McGregor? I sent you an email that he'd be a panelist this evening.
Thank you, John. You did not list him specifically, but I will promote him.
Thank you.
So
Thank you for
perhaps you can finish, Mr. Murphy.
I think I was relatively done.
Okay, thanks. Mr. McGregor.
Comment briefly after introducing myself, Mr. Chair. I'm Gregor McGregor. My law firm is McGregor, Legere, Stevens in Boston. We do environmental law, land use, real estate, energy, and related litigation. We're familiar with the Wetlands Protection Act, since I had a hand in drafting it in 1972, codifying the two prior laws. and the Home Rule Wetland Bylaw you've enacted a few years ago, following roughly the model of the MACC. On this one point, Mr. Murphy's testimony is persuasive, I think, that this qualifies as the kind of dumping that lets one develop a larger amount of a riverfront area. That's what's relevant to the commission under the Wetlands Bylaw and the Act. 1058, of course, gives an applicant credit for polluted or solid waste areas that are found, and usually commissions accept the overall view of what's there and accepts that it needs to be cleaned up. And by the way, my final point is that's how an applicant in a riverfront area satisfies the ultimate criterion, which is to leave the riverfront area better than it is now. So instead of there usually being violation notices, enforcement orders, investigations, or even court actions, in the vast majority of the cases where there's historic dumping, legacy dumping, the cleanup is incorporated in a development project. That's how the money is found to get it done. That's where the incentives are to get it done right. So this applicant proposes to clean up this dumping ground in the riverfront area as part of the project. Thank you.
We understand that. And of course, the commission would like to see conditions in the riverfront improved, restored, in fact. Our decisions, to some extent, are conditioned upon the extent and the nature of this dumping ground. We've been out on the site, and we're a little perplexed to see that, first of all, the surveyor had determined what was the dumping ground and what wasn't. Certainly, we wouldn't expect a licensed surveyor to have the expertise that Mr. Murphy does.
It was flagged by Alton Stone.
That's not what we were told when we were on the site.
Alton, can you, you were there when we flagged it. Charlotte, you were there, a witness as well, that we flagged it. And we were told to have a surveyor come out and put stakes in where the flags are. So I think there's some maybe
Let
misunderstanding.
Mr. Stone answer, please. Mr. Stone, did you tell the surveyor where to put the flags on each of these? How many different areas are there? 12?
There were 12, yes.
I'm asking-
Alton, you're muted.
No, he's not. We can hear him. Looks like he's muted, but he's not.
Okay, here I am.
Yeah. Oh, I'll
Usually talk loud enough to be heard anyway without microphones. Okay, perhaps not to class it. I was there twice when this work, 3 times when the work was being conducted. The first time when myself and 2 or 3 other persons that assisted me made an initial review of that. It's really up where to what I'm going to call a dumping area, which is on the right side of the driveway as you drive in where lot 3 is. And there's bedrock outcrops there. And then if you go toward the river, there's a sort of a cliff that falls off there, a steep ledgy area. And I was there when we initially identified the boundaries of what we thought were the dumping areas, and we placed stakes there. And then when the members of the commission came out to review those, I was there when the review was done. And then we reevaluated and did a revised staking, and I was there, or outlining, if you will. Then we also did a series of test holes, shall we say, to look at the depth of the waste. And all of that data was reported to was included in reports to the commission regarding what we had done. And the purpose of the excavation was to, as Mr. Murphy did, to indicate that there was material at depth, and we weren't just dealing with what we could call litter, if you will, that there was material buried at depth at our locations as well as material at the top. And there were clusters of material in places, small bundles of bottles and something like that, that weren't just aimlessly tossed out of a car window. So I was there for all of those events. And then upon our staking, Mr. Brandino, a registered professional land surveyor, surveyed the corners of our, well, let's say the boundaries where we had placed stakes of our outlined areas, as well as the locations of our test pits or test holes, if you will, which we had also placed stakes on. So that's where that plan comes from. And I'll repeat, I was there for all 3 phases, to include the Conservation Commission, probably 4 phases of what was included in the delineation of those dumping areas.
I noticed that some of them were as shallow as 8 inches.
I mean,
So you dug down as far as you were finding debris, or you reached essentially refusal with a shovel?
it would be more, I think, in terms of refusal, yes.
Yeah.
We really couldn't go deeper.
So,
I mean,
so
it is
a lot
often
of-
shallow.
A lot of this is, we're talking about 6 or 8 inches deep. Is that right?
No, I would say a lot of it is, some of it is probably down close to the depth of our holes, which I think range down to 2 feet or so.
Yeah.
I don't have the logs right in front of me, but
I think I saw one that was 24 inches.
all
But I
right.
also saw some that were, as the area was as small as roughly 30 square feet, and 6 or 8 inches, something like this.
Well, very good. Some were bigger, deeper than others. The material in the dumping ground isn't uniformly placed at depths or in areas unless you're in a true landfill where that does occur. But when people are just going out with a truck or bags of stuff or wheelbarrows, they just dump it. They don't sit there and say, we're going to get this at 6 inches thick or 2 feet thick or anything else. They just dump it and walk away. That's why it's called a dumping ground, an abandoned dumping ground. It's not called a landfill. It's not called a true dump or anything else like that. That's what happens. It's abandoned. People threw refuse there. And then before Mr. Orman purchased the property, and that's where that material came from. And there it is, it was abandoned. They sold the property to Mr. Orman, who now has had to take up the remediation of it, and willingly, because of his proposed project, and it will improve the riverfront area. And that's where we are right now.
May I ask to the I'm sorry, I forget his name, but the gentleman who was the expert on the dumping grounds,
Mr. Murphy.
Mr. Murphy, how common is it for a private property to be classified as a dumping ground?
The
A private
Commonwealth,
residential.
Yes.
Site.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, but thank you, Tom.
it's not as common as, municipal or private, private commercial properties. But it does happen. You can find literally the intensive listing of dumping grounds found. There's a web page that DEP Solid Waste has, and it lists all the known dumping grounds in the Commonwealth, all 351 towns. So there's a lot of them. And the department, is nice and say lax, but it's not a high priority for the department to go after them. But when someone develops them, that's when typically they get cleaned up.
I might add a point.
So,
Uh,
Mr. Stone, do
Mr.
you have an
Chairman?
area of dumping ground? Have you calculated the area of dumping ground?
Before, have you ever done this before? I think that's what you're asking, Chris?
No, I'm asking, is there in the 12 areas that have been identified, do you have a square footage of area that you would classify as dumping ground?
Yeah, there was a report submitted, a 78-page
He
report.
wasn't asking.
I'm not
Out of order.
asking what was submitted. I'm asking, do you have the number? Because I want to ask Mr. Lewis, based on his experience, what is the
Mr. Murphy.
calculation that goes along with that square footage of remediation?
Well, can I add to that, Chris? Because I had the same question, but I was going down a different path. That 310 CMR 1058 says you can only redevelop the area that's been classified as a dumping ground. You can't just redevelop anywhere within the 200. You can only redevelop the area that's been classified as dumping ground.
And I might add that this is really what we're struggling with here, is how much has actually been impacted and where is it? And that will be important for us to determine what actually can be done in the riverfront. And I'm sure, Mr. Murphy, you're well aware that DEP has given a great deal of priority to riverfront areas. It's increasing, and for good reason. I mean, the state is, as you said, you could go just about anywhere and find trash in this state, and a lot of it hasn't been even categorized yet. I took a look at the list of dumping grounds that you had referred to, and was surprised at how short that list was. I spent a lot of time in the woods around here and other parts of the state, and know that you don't have to go very far up the road before you find an old mattress or tires or whatever, engine blocks, whatever it is. I mean, even my own neighborhood. I mean, my neighbor could be, he's got an engine block in his vacant lot. So would that be a dumping ground? It's not exactly litter. You can't call an engine block litter, I don't suppose.
A dumping ground is, from my perspective and experience, is normally an area that has, it's not just one piece of waste. That would not qualify in my mind as a dumping ground, but an area that is scattered with material. I have seen, and again, several examples. I've seen that generally. I've seen the department, trace the outside perimeter to calculate the area of the dumping ground.
So
I know that I've seen the survey plan that shows, each individual little piece that they found, and they added up all those square footages. But I was not asked to opine on that particular issue. But normally I've seen it as the outside perimeter of the dumping ground area.
So how common is it for a private residential property where people were really just slobs, basically, to be classified as a dumping ground?
I think that's a difficult question to answer, Mr. McIntyre, but certainly across the Commonwealth, you will find numerous examples of residential properties that have dumping grounds on their property because they were, in your words, slobs.
May I interject, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Alton Stone here. As a professional engineer and former LSP, professional engineer involved in property development as well as wetland delineation, I visited dozens of properties within Massachusetts to see what the condition of those properties is and advise my client. And I'm of the opinion that probably if you're visiting houses that are sort of out on roads through the woods and not in a nice, neat subdivision or community, that you're probably going to find stuff dumped and thrown out back there somewhere. An old trash can, a wheelbarrow, you name it, there's going to be stuff out there. And that's very, in my opinion, quite common. In fact, I would say I usually encounter it on most properties and note it. And then I don't actually delineate it there because it's not, I'm not engaged always in an official cleanup, but sometimes I am. And I think that's not an uncommon action.
So you can see how this is a bit of a conundrum for us.
Well, the definition, let me just summarize it here because the law is written here. It's basically if you dump and you leave it there and it's continual and it's not regulated. That's the key definition that you need to comprehend. It's in writing here. It's in CMR 19.006.
Specifically solid waste.
It'll answer all of your questions.
Specifically solid waste, which has its own definition. Doesn't mean just anything dumped.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interject. I will just note that it has been over 15 minutes. I know we haven't gotten to the stormwater permit hearing yet, so I don't know if we want to, I know this is a very complicated project, so we might need more than the 15-minute time frame, but I just wanted to note the time.
Yeah, I think the first thing we would ask is that we try to settle this, because everything really flows from this for these two lots. And there's no reason to talk about a stormwater permit on a lot that may not be developed.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized?
Yes, who's speaking?
Gregor McGregor,
yes, you're right.
thank you again.
Sure.
The chair and members of the commission seem to be pushing back or disbelieving that Mr. Stone's calculations are correct and their basis is correct. That's why we hired David Murphy with his decades of experience and DEP familiarity to not only corroborate Mr. Stone, but to nail it to the wall. The dumping ground legal definition is what you must apply, despite your belief or pushback. The definition there is clear that even litter could qualify, even a lot of litter could qualify. And by the way, this proposal is to clean up even the litter if it doesn't qualify. And so we come to how the 1058 has to be applied. You're applying 1058. You're applying it the way DEP does. And since the experts have put in written reports, I respectfully suggest that the ball is in the commission's court. That is, you have the reports. It's time for you to react to them if you wish, other than with disbelief.
That being said, then I have two specific questions. What's funny about that?
No, I thought that your being succinct is enjoyable to hear.
Yeah, so looking at the definition of solid waste, I don't see how any of the things that are identified in the report constitute solid waste as defined in this regulation. And then the follow-on question is, if they are, whatever we figure out that they are, one of my concerns is that the report states that there is asbestos that's been dumped on the site. So what are the actual remediation measures that will be taken other than filling 10 or 15 feet of soil on top of this? Which may be in the mounds of paper it's in there. I just haven't found it yet. What the specific remediation is that you're doing in the site other than fill.
They have the answer. I asked the team myself. They have the answer. Mr. Murphy, how is it going to be dealt with?
Any suspect asbestos should be observed by a licensed site, someone's licensed asbestos inspector, and remediated, period. It should be removed off the property and properly.
If I might interject, Mr. Chairman, and passing Mr. Murphy, we have on board a licensed asbestos inspector and management person, a firm in environmental ecotechs up in from Leominster, Mr. Henry Moses, and he has visited the site and viewed what is there, the small amount of asbestos, relatively small amount pieces that are lying on the surface of the ground and were partially buried, if I'm not mistaken. So he has reviewed it and will be coming up with a plan when appropriate to remove the stuff and make sure that it is removed and disposed of correctly according to the regulations for asbestos management.
There'll be no covering up of any of the waste.
Right.
There's no placing of fill on top of any waste.
Who's the LSP?
Will, this was outlined in the 78-page report we provided. We provided remediation details, and we discussed how we're going to clean 6 inches below grade of the debris, and then we're going to replant trees. We're not just filling on top of it. I'm just a little upset that you didn't read this report, because we did put a lot of time into this. Thank you.
I'm sure the commission will read the reports. They'll heed what I said.
With regard to
is in their court.
We have too many people speaking at the same time, so at least 3 of you are out of order. Please request to be recognized before you start to speak over someone else. Okay.
I had a first question that wasn't answered, which is how the things that you have found on the site meet the definition of solid waste in this regulation.
And this is addressed to who? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Ashton, is that being addressed to Mr. Murphy?
whoever's made the determination that this is a solid waste abandoned dumping ground.
Okay, it sounds like Mr. Murphy needs to respond.
I could do that. Certainly I would refer you back to the solid waste regulation definition of solid waste, which is fairly all encompassing. So the materials that I observed on the property would fall within the definition of solid waste, Mr. Ashton.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
I don't think that they are all encompassing. There's a list of 10 or 12 things that are very specific. It's not just anything can be solid waste. And all the things that I've seen listed in the report don't meet those definitions. That's why I'm concerned.
Charlotte, do you have the ability to call that particular section up on the screen for us?
I have it up if you want me to share it.
Go ahead, Will. I was gonna say, if you already have it up, you're gonna beat me to it.
Okay, so while you're doing that,
It says I'm not allowed, Charlotte, to share.
Yeah, sorry, you have to, hold on. Thank you, sorry.
Can I interject at some point, Mr. Chairman?
you can speak while Mr. Ashton is getting ready.
All
here.
right. I am responsible for permitting a transfer station up in Fitchburg. It's now owned by Willebrator, if you will. And I have, in my engineering inspections of that facility, viewed hundreds of tons of solid waste, if you will. And believe me, the stuff on this property is the same as the stuff that goes into their transfer building, where everything is dumped from the trucks that pick it up curbside to where it is then placed into containers for shipment for disposal. It includes bottles, old paper, torn mattresses, clothing, plastics, whatever you like.
Mr. Stone, we've all been to the transfer station and know what sorts of things we see there. I think that what's probably more relevant for us is how it's defined in the regulations.
Says it right there. It says unwanted discarded solid liquid or contained gaseous material resulting from.
Wait a minute. I believe Mr. Ashton has got his got the law up on the in front of us. So let's move to that. Will?
Yeah, do you guys see my screen there?
Yeah.
Yes.
So useless, unwanted, discarded, solid liquid, or contained gaseous material resulting from blah, 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 blah.
Are you able to
Disposed
understand, or can people understand that? I mean, we have experts here that can help.
Yeah, Mr. Arman, just please, you're out of order over and over again. Just you will get a
understand
chance to speak. You just need to raise your hand or something here, but contain yourself.
I understand the asbestos, which is why I brought it up. That definitely, I think, qualifies as solid waste and needs to be remediated if it's found to be asbestos. But the reason I bring up the definition is to define the area that has been considered a dumping ground. So we wouldn't just encompass the area, like somebody said earlier, that has beer cans in it. That's why I was bringing this up. So we can determine the area, because the area that you're allowed to alter is only that area that has been dumped with solid waste. So that's the question that we want answered, so that we know how to move forward with the amount of alteration in the 200-foot.
Yeah, so there's pictures of the material there, and the Conservation Commission was out 3 times to look at the waste, and they saw the piles of debris there. And I have pictures I can show you again if you want to look at it. It meets this definition.
I have my hand up, Mr. Chair.
Please, Mr. McGregor.
Thank you again. There's no question that these materials meet the definition of solid waste. These are household, possibly even commercial, sometimes industrial refuse. The key in the law is intention to throw it away. That is, it's there because somebody doesn't want it. Basically, this law was written in such a way as to encompass virtually everything anybody throws away in passive or active manner, indicating they don't want it anymore. That's what solid waste is. Interestingly, it includes liquid. liquid is a solid waste. Gas in a container, like a propane tank, is in a gaseous form, is under pressure or otherwise is solid waste. It's also due not to its exact origin, like if Coke cans were recyclable, maybe it wouldn't be waste. It's whether it resulted from activities. The word activities in here is on purpose, so that it doesn't hang on what the origin is. Back to the point I made with the chair, you have reports, you have the bases for the conclusions, you have the expertise of these people who did the homework, and you have the photographs in your own eyes to see the stuff. And the ball is in the commission's court. If you believe, Mr. Ashton, that this does not qualify as solid waste under the laws of the Commonwealth, then make your pitch to the commission, see if they agree with you. But I don't
No,
think
what
anything, I don't think anything will be gained by asking this team to agree with you. They think you're wrong.
Mr.
So,
McGregor,
Mr. McGregor, have you read the report?
Yes, sir. Of course I did.
Do you know how many square feet of dumping ground there is out there?
No, I rely on the experts. I'm merely a lawyer who's an English major.
Does anyone
merely-
have that number, please?
Yes, it's
That's
on
what
the
it all
screen.
comes down to.
It's on the screen right now. It's in red. It's 4,714.
Okay, Mr. McGregor, based on 4,714 square feet of dumping ground, how much area of improvement can be made within the wetland,
That's from
within
Mr.
the
Stone.
riverfront?
riverfront.
Thank you for asking that. That's from Mr. Stone.
And Mr. Chair, I will note the time that it's been over 30 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna ride this horse a little bit farther.
Mr. Stone, do you know the answer to that?
If I'm not mistaken, it's the equivalent area, or it may be doubled in instances.
What instances?
Well, if the commission agrees, and if the cleanup is reasonable enough, the area disturbed enough is a reasonable enough area to make it that you're making a significant improvement. And I would agree that this is a significant improvement. If Mr.
Is that language out of the Wetland Protection Act?
No, not directly, I would say. I would say go ahead.
Please don't put up the redevelopment regulation, because this is not a redevelopment.
I mean, some things, not everything can be put into a regulation. Some of it relies on,
Thank you
let's
for
say,
telling us that.
somewhat common
Let's
sense,
stick
shall
to the
we say.
facts. If you don't have the facts, then that's not important. The burden of proof is on you to say that this is the dumping ground and this is the bonus that we get because of this dumping ground. Okay? And it's up to you to prove that to us. And then we can either vote on it or not vote on it. But what I see right now is 4,714 square feet of dumping ground, which we can either agree or disagree to, and then base the NOI based on that. Right? Is that not correct,
Yes.
Mr. Bell?
I believe so.
Okay. So how much area of disturbance within the 200-foot riverfront do you have?
I believe all those numbers are on the site plan.
Yeah, they're on the screen here right now. So if you look at the numbers, that's all been calculated and all of those numbers have been factored in. So this is what Charlotte asked us back in December when we were doing the restoration. So I would hope that you could rely on your agent Charlotte to help you with this as well. But basically, these are the metrics that we provided in the original NOI.
Yeah, but the drawings have changed since then.
We found, you asked us to more thoroughly survey the dumping grounds, and we found that they were actually larger than they actually were. So we increased the size of those areas. That's it. To make sure that we're cleaning everything, because we thought that was your intent, is to make sure that we clear everything, clean everything appropriately.
So can we look at the cut fill plan? That probably shows the extent of the alteration the best.
I'd like to interrupt just a little bit here. I want to speak once more to Mr. Murphy, who is an expert in this. And my question really is, of all these 12 sites, does he agree with the delineation of them? Mr. Murphy? I think he's taking a break on us.
Mr. Murphy, if you are there, the commission has a question for you and you are muted.
David wrote this in his report. Charlotte, I don't know if you had a chance to read his report, but he did agree with the layout of the area because he came out here and he checked everything and he evaluated. He actually found more areas where there were dumping grounds. So we had to update our areas based on what David found.
I'd like to hear it from Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, it's in his report too, his written report that he stamped.
Well, I read his written report and he doesn't go through each of these sites and confirm that the boundaries and the depths are accurate.
Well,
in general, he says this is a dumping ground, more or less. And he has a recommendation at the end that we fully appreciate and would expect to move forward on, both the, well, basically that you as the applicant, Mr. Armand, will go to the Department of Public Health and jointly develop a plan for cleaning this up.
yeah, so he
I don't think that that's I don't think that that's in question. What is in question is the actual measurements here and whether or not each of, I mean, it's stretching credibility to say you've got a 30 square foot, I believe one of these is only 31 square feet of area that's the so-called dumping ground.
well, they had
all, you know, that's basically, you know, 3 by 10 feet. So there is
that's a concentrated area of debris, and
there is one big one. That's true. Mr. Murphy, you're back.
Sorry about that.
Not a problem. My question to you is, have you, when you're on the site, I would imagine that you walked around each of these delineated areas of dumping. And my question is a simple one. Do you concur with each one of them?
I concur that I observed waste, not just litter in each of the areas.
Right.
There's a couple, I should caveat that there's a couple by the road that I did not look at intensely. But the majority of the ones that were set back off the road, I did. So I cannot give you 100% on each one. The only ones I'm a little concerned about were the roadway ones, whether they would qualify for the dumping ground. But that said, the department I've seen oftentimes, they don't just add up the little pieces as has been done here, but rather it's just a circumference is put around it and there's a perimeter around the entire thing. So. Yes.
So I think that in an area that was not a resource area, that would probably be appropriate. But in this case, we're dealing with a regulated resource area, the riverfront, and so we need to. I wouldn't say that this is exactly NASA quality precision, but we do need something that is pretty certain. And
Tom, I would add to that it's a residential property that's been historically residential.
Yeah.
Well, so.
Yeah, I mean, most of us have been out there to see what the debris is, and you know, it's like an old axle and a rusty pickaxe and a whole lot of broken glass and beer cans. Some of them as recent as the youngest beer can we found out there. I think it's fairly recent. We also observed the asbestos, which shows no signs of deterioration. That's asbestos wrap. I know pretty well as a geologist that if you put something like that out in the weather, it pretty quickly starts to fray. and show signs of weathering. This looked pretty fresh to me. In fact, we've been out there so many times and we only saw it the last time we were out there. So again, the issue for us is how many square feet are really in this dumping ground? And obviously to draw a line around on the property line is, if it weren't in a resource area, I don't think this would really be a question, but it is in a resource area. And it's one of the ones that the, like salt marshes, that the DEP, the state, the people of Massachusetts hold in as critical resources.
As
But
someone that's,
we're trying to be careful here that we do this right.
as someone that's worked again at the Commissioner's Office for DEP for many years, you know, the Rachel Freeds and the Heidi Davises of the world, you know, are tremendous assets or resources to turn to, you know, when questions like this come up.
The who?
When questions like this come up, Rachel Freed or Heidi Davis, who run the wetlands program for the Northeast region that Cohasset is in, you know, they're great resources to turn to.
Thank you.
David, is there a good contact for somebody at the Southeast Regional Office, since we are dealing with Southeast? And I do have a comment, but I do see that Mr. Ashton's raising his hand. I just wanted to know if you knew an equivalent at the Southeast Regional Office.
You're right on the line. That's right. I forgot. Well, Mark Dakers would be the solid waste equivalent.
Okay.
On wetlands, I don't know who the wetlands section chief is in Southeast, to be frank, right now.
Yep, right now it's, I'm going to pronounce her name wrong, but Rita Missoon, I believe, but I'll double check that. But yeah, you said Mark Deckers for solid waste.
Dakers, yeah. Well, Millie Garcia, obviously, although Millie, I think, was just promoted to Boston. Millie was the regional director. She's certainly a resource to turn to.
Okay. And sorry, Will, do you have a question?
Yeah, Will, go ahead.
So just to summarize, what you have on your plans, just assuming that everything like the 4,700 and whatever feet are dumping ground, you still don't meet the regulation that says that it's 1-for-1, because you're altering at least 2 or 3, 4 times that. I don't know the specific number, but it's a lot more than 4,700 square feet. So I don't think we can even look at this until those two numbers are equal or the alteration is less than the dumping ground area.
Well, that's why I think Charlotte can help you with legal counsel from the DEP, because our legal opinion is different on that.
It's 1,800.
It's 1,800 is allowed, 10% on the riverfront is what we're allowed, and then we're actually cleaning up the dumping. We're only disturbing 2,200 square feet. So if we took the dumping out of the equation and we shrank the house footprints a little bit to 1,800 square feet, we could move forward and just leave the dumping ground there. So we're not asking for a lot here with the dumping ground cleanup.
It says, that's what I mean. Nobody has told, it says the area of proposed work. And your area of proposed work includes driveways.
There's two metrics is temporarily disturbed areas when you're building a house. 1058 lets you disturb it as long as you put it back to the way it was. And we're going to put everything back to the way it was. And we're going to plant it and restore it back to a riverfront condition.
So
there's 3 metrics, and I think Charlotte can help you with this, and I think the DEP will help her. But I think there's a misinterpretation of the laws here. And you know, we brought legal counsel in to try to help pass it.
So show us on the screen what is the developed area, because according to everything that I've looked through all your files, your cut fill plans, your stormwater, all that stuff. It looks to me like there's 15,000 square feet of alteration, not 4.
Well, it's temporary alteration, and that's because we're basically
the driveways and fill and
the driveways are
houses are not temporary.
Well, the houses are the driveways are basically the shared driveways outside of the riverfront. So it's only the private driveways, and the private driveways that are being put in are gravel, so it's being replaced with the same material that's there before. So Charlotte told us they're not included.
Alteration.
Yeah,
it is alteration, no matter what you put there.
Yeah, so whatever your conservation agent tells us to put in these numbers, we'll do that. She told us just the foundation and the walkways and the patios. If we have to include the driveway, we can.
To clarify, it's so in terms of meeting the definition of degraded under the Wetlands Protection Act, it would be defined as structures, driveway, for the purposes of the project, but then obviously the full definition, which is what we're talking about with dumping grounds, is structures, driveway, paved surfaces, absence of topsoil, junkyards, or abandoned dumping grounds. So in terms of the calculations, I think that I believe that's what you're showing here. I think it's just broken down a little bit more into more details for each area. You added grass, but grass is not considered degraded under the definition of the Wetlands Protection Act, even though we'd probably like it to be, but it's not.
Yeah, thank you, Charlotte. So we could include the gravel driveways, maybe another 300 square feet for each house footprint of permanent disturbance. But again, I think there should be more collaboration between the conservation agent and the conservation members to kind of understand these laws here, because we've been up front since we started in December with Charlotte. We said, what do you need for us to submit this NOI? And she gave us all these metrics to put in a spreadsheet and put it on the plan, and we did.
Yeah, and John, I will note that, as the agent, I am not a voting commissioner. So again, I do my best to be the, liaison between applicants, professionals, and the commission. But, again, if the commission is looking for more information, then we have to be specific here of what the commission's looking for and what information you can provide if you haven't already. So just want to clarify that. But again, I am the liaison, but I do not speak for the entire commission.
Okay. All right. So what do Will, do you agree that we just add the gravel driveways to our calculations? Do you agree with Charlotte, or you disagree with Charlotte?
Sorry, I just had to move.
I'd like to know whether the areas of regrading and fill are part of that.
Those areas are where utilities are being brought in, and that is a good discussion, actually, because we are grading we're basically laying fill in to help with the vegetation and the regrowth.
I understand why you're doing it, but that doesn't tell me whether or not it actually counts as area of.
Yeah, so and I would let Greg McGregor elaborate on this more, but basically, as long as you return the area back to its previous condition of riverfront condition, then it's not considered disturbed because you're restoring it to what it was before.
If you add 4 feet of fill, it's not what it was before.
Yeah, but it's a grass lawn now. We're putting 4 foot of fill on it. And then we're
wasn't
going to
a
plant
grass lawn.
riverfront trees on it, so it's better for the riverfront. So
And
it's not really,
moreover-
we're not disturbing it, we're making it better. And the law
Moreover,
basically
Mr.
says,
Orman,
make it the same or better, and that's what we're doing.
Mr. Ormond, since you clear cut the lot, it's going to be 20 years before it's restored to what it was like before, at least.
No, it was,
You clear cut your lot.
no, well,
That's
no,
why
we
it
didn't,
looks like it does.
yeah.
The dumping ground wouldn't even be evident had you not done that.
Well, we didn't clear cut. There was dead trees there, and under section 6, we're allowed to clear up dead trees, and that's what we did, dead or dangerous trees.
That's a whole other issue that we're going to deal with.
Mr. Chair, we are coming up on an hour, and so
Yeah.
I think it would be prudent to just take a step back and have the commissioners clarify what information that hasn't already been provided are they asking for the notices of intent.
I think that Mr. Murphy offered a potential way forward here, and that is to consult with DEP, the people that are in Southeast District who are experts in the riverfront regulations, and also bring DEP in here, and let's see what those two entities have to say about whether this is a dumping ground, or even if it is a dumping ground, what are the priorities here? Because I'm not sure that we're prepared to be able to do that.
I'm not sure if Mr. McGregor can weigh in on this, but I don't know if DEP will attend a local permitting authority hearing.
Thank you, Chair. I will recommend to my client that the team be in touch with DEP Southeast or any other sources of good information, objective information on the subjects you all raise. It is unlikely they will attend a Concom hearing or possibly even write a letter. They're fully engaged right now in a bunch of other things, including rewriting land subject to coastal storm flowage criteria, which is a big deal. So, but we will bring back what DEP says, and of course, anybody on the commission who wants to be in touch with DEP can do that as well. But we'll bring back what objectively they say on the points that I've made notes on, which are what is solid, what is waste, what is this mention of household, what are the activities that give rise to the waste, and what is the area that's regarded as the ground, the dumping ground. Now, when I worked for the Attorney General's office and brought the court cases against midnight dumpers and trespassers, the whole damn place was regarded as dumping ground, and we made them responsible for cleaning up every dang thing. However, here is relevant to what you
Is that
guys do in
residential
1058.
or
So I'll be happy to make sure my client, here's my strong recommendation to be in touch with DEP to bring back what you asked for. And I made notes to that effect.
Thank you. I think that will be very helpful to us, Mr. McGregor.
So just to kind of summarize, in addition to what Mr. McGregor said, the commission is looking for more clarification on, in terms of the calculations that were provided of the square footage of the dumping ground areas, comparing that with the total proposed alteration in the riverfront area in terms of alteration, and that includes structures, fill, mitigation, everything. So just a clear breakdown of what is already degraded versus what is altered being proposed, and also adding on top of that, what alteration within those degraded areas is being proposed to show it's an improvement of existing conditions. Does that sound correct, or am I missing anything?
I think that it's important to hear from both sides of the DEP.
Mm-hmm.
And because that's essentially what we're trying to balance here, the interest to the resource versus whether this is a dumping ground that is serious enough to essentially allow further disturbance in the riverfront, or whether it needs to simply be remediated. I don't think there's any question that among any of us that this dumping ground, however extensive it is, needs to be cleaned up, particularly if there's asbestos on site.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, on top of that, you have discretion to require beyond the minimum a person can qualify for. Apparently that's still open. You have the right to require additional restoration or improvement of the riverfront area. Now, that's how the development occurs. That's beneficial to the occupants of multifamily housing or for a public facility that's owned by the town. That's why there are trails and gazebos and invasive removal and other improvements, including signage along trails along rivers, because part of the purpose here is to improve the very riverfront, not just clean up out to where the foundations or the parking lots used to be and some scattered waste or stripped topsoil. So you have an important role here after we decide, I guess, mathematically what you're willing to allow as credit to require more to make the riverfront even better. If you don't like the invasives removal program that's embodied in this NOI, you can require more, for example. So
Yes.
the end result, the overriding criteria, I'll get back to what I first said, is after the minimum work is documented and the maximum work is calculated, the overall test that DEP wrote into 1058, in fact, the legislature wanted it, is that the riverfront area, resource area, is net better. That's a real opportunity for a commission.
And without specifying what net means, is it marginally better or is it vastly better?
Well, in reality, there's a lot of back and forth in the riverfront redevelopment or development applications, and that was what was intended. Collaborative or at least communicative back and forth, and to come out with a not just something that looks a little better, or some flower beds over here, or a Mickey Mouse trail that nobody wants to go on because it looks unsafe, or a trail that's secret and there's no signage over in the corner as to where you get into it. I've worked on dozens of riverfront projects like this, focusing on not just the minimum requirements and the maximum allowed work that qualifies, but what makes the whole ecosystem better, including the other side of a river. Sometimes the project involves other landowners who come in, and there's no question about it. There's a net improvement of a river that's been neglected. And that's what I hope you'll see as an opportunity.
I think that all of us would agree that that is a worthy objective here. And I think we're trying to move in that direction as best we can, but there's still enough uncertainty, I think, among our members that part of this issue really relates to really what is the extent here, how many square feet. We've been willing to entertain the numbers that have been presented to us, and so you are offering us an opportunity to condition development based on an improvement, which I appreciate.
Okay, then we've made our notes. We have our mission.
And Tom, just to clarify too, we did want Mr. Murphy to go and confirm the status of each of the degraded areas and have him provide his professional opinion as to whether each of those areas meets the definition of an abandoned dumping ground, so we can confirm the square footage total of degraded area within the 200-foot riverfront area on the property.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and then correlate that with the proposed work, the alteration within those degraded areas, and then also any changes outside of those degraded areas, because that would be under a different standard.
A quick question for Mr. Murphy. One of the sites on the northeast side, down on the terrace that exists adjacent to the stream, there's a pile of cut wood, and that was presented to us as a dumping ground. Would that actually qualify as a dumping ground, the fact that there's a wood pile on the site?
That's disturbed area 12 for reference.
I was not asked to opine on that area. I'd rather hold off on making a statement, Mr. Bell, until I see it again. I remember seeing it and observing it, but I need to see it again.
Fair enough. So that's what we'd like, is to examine each site with an objective eye and tell us whether you think that the area that's been calculated is more or less right, whether those boundaries look reasonable to you or whether they don't.
Sounds good.
Thank you. And so we will continue.
But sorry, Mr. Chair, nobody has the dumping ground area is one part of it, but the redevelopment area is the other part of it. We have this red number here, permanently disturbed area, that has some definition in here of shared drive, patio, and walkway, and I don't know why it's not the entire lot. And nobody, so if somebody can tell us why we wouldn't constitute the whole lot that's being regraded as qualifying under that part of the regulation.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Is
And
it-
it was asserted that these were temporary disturbances that would be remediated and brought back to their original.
And so the regulation just says the area of proposed work. Like, I don't know why there is any other definition other than anywhere that you're doing construction.
Yeah. So I don't have an answer to that. Perhaps we can do
Yeah.
Some research with our own town council about that.
Yeah, so that is, our interpretation is that it's grass basically, or areas that there's really nothing growing there because it's then dirt over ledge. And we are proposing that most of that is putting like a foot or two of fill on top of it so we can plant trees and grow a better river.
So I'll just,
Mr. Ormond.
that is work. That's
Mr.
work,
Ormond.
though.
that's
Pardon
alteration.
me. Mr. Ormond, let me remind you that we're talking about the original conditions before you clear cut the riverfront.
Well, it was a wheat field in 1996. It was
I
so.
doubt it.
You
A wheat field.
debate that. I mean, there was horses back there in
Wheat field.
1950.
I'd like to see some evidence that anybody was growing any wheat there. Really.
Well, my neighbor had lived there since 1950, he told me.
Uh-huh. Okay, hearsay. So if you want to produce some evidence that that was a wheat field before it was a mature full canopy forest, go ahead. We'll
It
listen.
was black locust, overgrown black locust field. But I have pictures of that too, but we can get into that. I mean, I don't know how far you want to get into details here. I think we need to just focus on moving forward here.
Yeah, and it's a very specific question to move forward. We talked about the disturbed area, talked about the altered area, just define those two so that we can apply 310 CMR 1058.
Yeah, and
1-to-1.
when the disturbance began was when the cutting began. So as we stated, when the trees started to be cut down.
Okay, so I don't see any that it's in anybody's interest to talk about a stormwater permit when in fact there may not be a stormwater permit for at least 2 of the lots here. We need to settle this before we move on to something as detailed as the and as advanced as a stormwater permit. We've already basically eaten up the stormwater permit time and then some, and we've also eaten up the next subject of this, which was the show cause hearing for 26 Lambert's Lane, unauthorized vegetation removal in the riverfront resource. So that said, I would recommend to the applicant that you agree to a continuance for all of us to regroup and meet again, presumably not the next meeting. It's going to take a while if we're going to get any kind of DEP input. If we get any at all, it's going to take a while. So why don't we talk about June 6th, is it, Charlotte?
Well, I think, can we just go sooner? Because I think, can you agree if we do get DEP feedback, we can move forward, or will be? Can we
Yeah,
make an
Based on
agreement
additional
somewhere?
based on additional information, which I can send you in an email, I don't think that will be the case
Well,
because
the
we do
laws-
need
the
Mr. No,
laws are written.
I'm not finished. I'm not
Okay.
finished. We need Mr. Murphy to go out to each of the areas and verify in his professional opinion if those areas are all considered abandoned dumping grounds and if the square footage is correct. And then having said that, we need to go back and verify those total square footage numbers that Alton has put together and compare that with the total proposed work in the degraded areas, in addition to showing any work outside of those degraded areas, because that's under a different standard.
Okay,
And then
that's
some
fair
commission,
enough, yeah. So
and
yeah,
I
a month is
I can
fine.
work with, yeah.
June is
I-
fine, thank you.
June 6th. Okay, so NOI 2409, stormwater permit 2401, 26, 28, 30, 32 Lambert's Lane is continued until June 6th. As well as the show cause hearing. I don't know whether the applicant has any say about when whether we continue this or not.
Yeah, continue it.
So
Charlotte,
put it all on June
is
6th.
that the sort of thing that can be continued or requires a continuation? We can put it back on the agenda. That's kind of the last thing we're going to do here. First-
Probably, so it would
first
make
is the
sense to,
NOI, next is a stormwater permit, and finally the to deal with the show cause hearing and probably an enforcement order.
it would probably make sense to put everything on the same agenda. So if that is acceptable to Mr. Orman, we can do June 6th and put it all on the same agenda.
Yes, that works, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're getting near the end here, I hope.
We have a couple to go.
Yeah. Next, we're going to resume a show cause hearing for NOI 2213, 44 Little Harbor. Subject is unauthorized vegetation removal in the 50 and 100 foot buffer zones. the applicant here or represent?
Yes, sorry, give me 1 second. I'm changing the guard here.
Yeah, thanks.
I just wanted to double check that I can be heard.
Yes.
Okay, and I just wanted to double check if Sean is here as well.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name, Ms. Welch. Can you please state your name and affiliation for the record, please?
Yes, thank you so much. Good evening, members of the commission. On behalf of Richard and Jacqueline Whalen, I'm their counsel. My name's Jack. You can call me Jackie Welch. I'm a partner at Eckert Siemens in Boston. Mr. Whalen, the homeowner, he's attended all of the meetings that relate to this agenda item. He had unfortunately a work matter that he had to attend to out of town. It's my understanding that Mrs. Whalen is listening in. I believe she also had to be out of town. It's an honor to be in front of you. I believe as I mentioned that, yeah, Mr. Papich is here. And this is in connection with the updated mitigation planting plan. And the Whalens have appreciated the opportunity to work with Ms. Pechtel of the commission, and I believe about 4 or so meetings over the past several months with the commission. I'll turn it over to either the commission or to Sean at this point. This relates to an updated mitigation planting plan, and the Whalens are hoping that they've responded to the request of the commission. Thank you.
Before Mr. Papich starts, Ms. Welch, will you clarify the nature of the firm you work for?
Yeah, it's Eckert Siemens. It's I can spell it if you'd like me to for the record.
No, I'm wondering whether you're an architect, a lawyer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm an attorney. I truly apologize. I'm so sorry. In fact, I've been, I haven't had the pleasure of being on Concom, but I am a former select person and planning board chair. So I have deep respect for everything that each of you have been doing. And I know Cohasset is grateful for all of your dedication.
Thank you. Mr. Papich, you're on.
Hello, Sean Papich Landscape Architecture, 222 North Street, Hingham. Good evening. I want to talk about solid waste dumping and the
Get out of here.
long hearing. Too soon. I apologize. Well, we have a revised plan that we've been working on with you. Would you want me to pull it up, Charlotte? Or do you want to pull it up?
Sure. Yeah, if you have it up, that'd be great. Thank you.
See if I can get this right, huh?
Fourth time's charm.
Yeah, let's give her a shot here. We'll see about that. So, hopefully you can see it. It seems like it's a little bit grainy on my page here, but I'll zoom in on the different areas. We certainly had a conversation last time was to increase the number of trees and to put trees located in a similar location. I believe, Charlotte, you had sent a note out within about 10 feet of the original location. In looking at the near maps, we tried to get those graphically on this sheet. But certainly if it needs to be done, Charlotte, with you in the field where we can isolate where those are, we can do that. But the intent is just show them graphically where they were. And so I can zoom in here. What we try to identify, let me zoom around here.
Would geographic coordinates be helpful?
What's that again?
Would the geographic coordinates of the original trees be helpful?
Yeah, maybe, potentially, yeah. At least where we're showing everything, we kind of related it back to where the flagpole is, which is right around where my mouse is here.
Yeah.
There, what we were understanding from whatever happened between April of 2021 and October of 2021, where there was trees removed in this area, in the rear yard. What we were to understand, or after talking with Charlotte and what you guys had looked at, is there were 7 trees removed. We showed in this area that there were about 3 trees removed in this area. So we put them somewhere in that neighborhood or pretty close to that location for new trees. We only showed on this plan in color of green the trees that had been discussed recently. So we had 3 there. We have another one here. Again, we kind of used both juniper and holly, native evergreen trees. Juniper being cedar, which are what we believe to be what was removed. We don't know for sure, but we think that's what they were cedars. So we put those in the locations where we believe them to be, and just to the right-hand side of them, right to the, we call that to the east side of those, within 10 feet. And again, if graphically we're off on that, we think we're in the neighborhood. We think we're pretty close on these. What we showed was 8 of those trees still coming along this side, this east side. And then we still did 6 trees of replacement along the kind of central west side, called northwest side, I guess we should say. Some of those you'd seen before, some we added in order to get up to the 14 new trees that were discussed and were reported back to Rich Whalen. And so this plan illustrates the 14 new trees added to the plan. Just a little bit of a recap and we can certainly talk about it real quickly. I know you guys are having a long night. In total, what we've had for the entirety of the property is 20 new trees, 90 shrubs, 145 forbs, or perennials, if you'd like to call them that, and grasses, native grasses, around 3,700 square feet of new plantings that we had started back, I guess the approved plan was in April of 2022. So just to recap, to note where we also had additional plantings along that east side and some pockets on the west side, and even on the northwest side in these bare pockets. But that's, keep it short, that's where we landed on the 14 new trees that we located on this. If you'd like to discuss or ask some questions. Thank you. Again, we had holly and cedar. On the plant list, we did note on the far right column what is different from the originally approved plan in 2022. And so
Charlotte, can you pull up near map like the June 28, 2021? Just so
yes.
I can give you I can see if I've got it here, you guys.
Yeah, Sean, you might have screenshots. If not, I can pull up the
Let me see what I've got here. Apologize, I'll get to there quickly.
Sean, I'll be honest with you, they don't look quite like the photograph, and I'm going to send you the coordinates of the old trees. Okay, you got a GPS in your phone? They're actually pretty good, most of them.
Oh, I could get one.
Well, you already have a GPS in your telephone.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how Google knows where you are. Or
Correct.
I'm going to send you a list of the coordinates of where the trees were. And maybe that'll help you find plus or minus 10.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if we felt like graphically we got it close, if they're off, certainly we'll get them right, certainly. And if we can do it with somebody else in the field just to confirm that we've gotten it right, we'll do that.
Sean, were you using just curious, like with the 10 feet, were you like using your map scale and then drawing that in CAD, or?
Yeah, I was drawing it in CAD, so we thought we had it close. And we can certainly make sure it's close. I don't have the near maps imagery with me if you want. I can,
I'll share it.
Pull it up. Oh, go ahead, Chris. If you have it up, I can do it too.
I'll stop the share right here.
Go ahead, Chris, unless you want me to.
I mean, are we good now?
Yes, we can see that.
Yeah, so this is 2021. That's what we're looking at. It doesn't right here. That that's what we're talking about. I mean, right in the middle of the lawn. So
There was a discussion of being within 10 feet of the original location, correct? Is that what I understood, unless I'm mistaken of that?
No, that's right.
So I right, and I think on the far end, I think
Actually, those are the ones that don't look quite right to me.
the ones in the middle,
Um,
if they're aligned, we got them to just to the east of the pole. We got them just to east of the flagpole, north of it, of course, but also a little east when you look, you know, straight up and down.
well, how about this? I'll send you the coordinates of the trees, and
sure,
you can compare them to what you think they are, and I think I can tell you to the nearest meter or so.
Okay.
But so long as you, if you're in agreement that that's what you're going to do, put these within 10 feet, then I don't see any issues, and in fact, that could be a condition.
Yep.
And so we could actually accomplish something tonight.
Sean, would you bring your plan up, please?
That was fun. That talk about solid waste. But yeah, we would agree to that.
Okay.
Sean, would you bring your plan back up, please?
Yeah. Do you want to can I share it back again? I can't, can I?
I made reference to this before, and I'm going to make reference to this again. And because this is what we do. But I'd like to bet you $5 that this view right here and this view right here is what's really the concern here. It's been the concern from the beginning when the trees got cut down and the new trees are going in. And the truth of the matter is, you're putting 14 trees in. These people get what they want, and the town suffers. So I hope their neighbors, every time they walk by, they give them the finger and say, "You guys suck," because that's what this really comes down to.
Chris,
okay?
lighten up here, Chris.
I don't know
because look, I've seen this a million times. I know what it is. It's just you know.
Yeah.
We can't win on this. Okay. It's a no win because we don't have the authority to do it. So
your point is a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's clearly the revision is supporting that argument. And I mean, I think we do have actually the authority because they cut down those trees. I think we should replace them in the same plot, in the same location. So and that's what Tom's getting to. I think,
and I think we can do that very easily just by creating conditions, and as long as they follow those conditions, then there's no reason to argue about where the trees are going to go. We know where the trees were. We've got it on our maps. These are georeferenced maps, probably plus or minus closer to, probably about a meter, something like that. So, and we're allowing them 10 feet, and they're, so they could be off by 4 meters, but no more than that. They could only be off 3 meters from the coordinates that I supply.
3.33 meters or something like that.
3.3 feet is a meter, roughly. Sorry, I deal in the metric system almost exclusively, so.
Yeah, understood.
Okay, so let's talk about do the numbers add up here, commissioners? Are we getting the right numbers of trees here and the right species? Because we're going to specify the locations objectively. So we can, as I said, we can just put those in the conditions. So as long as we're good with the size and species and number of trees, then I think we can move forward here.
I don't know. Not sure we are.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I mean, they're clearly trying to clear the way.
Yeah,
as
but we'll
pointed
fix
out.
that. We can fix that with the conditions, Chris, just by saying, here's where the trees were. You've got a 10-foot radius that they have to fall within
Yeah.
to satisfy the condition.
All right.
Sorry, so which trees should we be moving? Because the 7 that were removed versus the 14 that are proposed, I think, you know, at least on this plan, can we either highlight or circle the ones to move? I can definitely identify, if you guys are staring right in the middle of the screen, like the ones that almost like those 4 boom, 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 right down the line. But
Yeah.
are we also asking for the other 2? Oh, someone's circling that too. Because there was a tree, yeah, okay. So move
Those are
those.
the 2 that stood out to me.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, and there's actually 2 more just north of the northernmost one, Plan North here. There's 1, 2, yeah.
Picture this.
So let me see if I can figure out how to draw. Chris is the expert on this, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you guys draw a lovely picture, I'll take a screenshot and then I can work with, if the commission's okay with that, I can work with the applicant to, within 10 feet of the lat long coordinates of the original location of where the trees were removed, we can shift those on the plans.
yeah, I can't figure out how to draw with this thing.
Anybody else want to give it a try? Chris or Chris or Will?
I don't know what he wants drawn.
Well, how do you draw on Zoom? I have it Zoom. I have
Up at the top, it says view options.
Yeah.
And then you scroll down, it says annotate.
Yeah, good. Okay, thank you. So there were a couple of trees roughly here. Okay, and then the flagpoles here, I can't quite read it, but I think the flagpoles here, these actually probably need to go this way, and these probably need to go this way a bit.
Well,
But there's a cluster here, and these are way off, it looks like to me.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
it sounded like Charlotte had a good plan, which was that if the, the commission seemed to have indicated through Charlotte was within 10 feet, and then this could be fine-tuned or double-checked or whatever is sufficient for the commission through Charlotte, rather than, I'm not really, I apologize, with all due respect, I'm just not kind of sure what your arrows are depicting. If you're asking that the applicant work with Charlotte to sort of double check the vicinity and work with Sean, obviously,
That
then
is what we're asking.
yeah, okay. I just didn't want to be confused by your arrows because you're almost suggesting, you know, I'm not quite sure what those are representing. I think the point is made.
The question was, which of the proposed trees are we interested in relocating or making sure that they're located in conformance with the 10-foot radius? And as of our last meeting, which you weren't here.
Yeah,
for-
no, I'm following you. I understand what you
Yeah.
just said.
My concern at that time was that the trees that were taken out in the middle of the lawn were all going to be shoved over to the side. And so all these out here, I think are, in my opinion, are fine. But the 3 clusters of trees basically running like this have been shifted
Sorry.
to the east. So
And because I want us to see the flagpole, I actually think we're closer than you think.
well, we'll find out.
Yeah, and that's the way we'd find out is by getting the data.
So
Yeah.
for the trees that were removed in this area, it wasn't like the total number of green circles you see here, because we wanted 2-to-1 mitigation. So I think it was either 4 or 5 trees in the yard area. So do we want to move all of the mitigation trees further up, like the 2-to-1 ratio correlating with the location of where the 4 or 5 trees were? Move
Yeah.
those, the total of all that, like replacement within that 10-foot parameter? Sorry, did that make sense? I just want to make sure
You'll
how many
forgive me,
trees.
but
we're
I
moving.
I'm trying to follow you, but I don't understand what you just said, with all due respect. If in light of the hour, if this has to get put over, we thought, in good faith that we were addressing this, and if there was anything else that needed confirmation, we'd be happy to work with you or, with Charlotte and have Sean get that confirmation. But now it sounds like, forgive me, but it sounds like I'm hearing other things. And I'm just really concerned now about what you're saying. If
I'm
that's
concerned as
totally
well.
different. Yeah.
Because
I
I'd
don't
never heard the view of the flagpole come up before, and I didn't realize that was a thing. So where's the flagpole, and maybe can that be relocated?
Sean, do you want to jump in on that one?
Yeah. So let me see if I can clarify what our questions are.
Yeah.
First of all, Sean, I think you've come close to satisfying what my request was, which was these trees here in the central part of the lawn. These were places where the trees had thrived, and so they seemed to me to be good locations to replicate in their vicinity, within 10 feet of their vicinity.
Right.
And I'm looking at your plan, and I'm looking at the satellite image, and it doesn't seem like they agree very well.
Okay, well,
Okay.
we'll make it agree. I mean,
So all I'm saying is that, as far as I'm concerned, this is fine as long as you actually meet the spec that we set out in our last meeting. And I may be wrong, but it doesn't look like you've quite done that. So that's why I'm offering to send you the coordinates of where the old trees were to, you may not have to move anything. You may say, no, Tom, it is within 10 feet of that. And,
Right.
and I'm fine with that. And Charlotte can certainly verify that.
yeah.
Okay, so those are my concerns, but it sounds like Chris McIntyre has some other concerns. So we'll see what he has to say.
No, I mean, it's just like, what's the objective of it'd be easier for us to work with the design team if we knew what the objectives were for the client. Maybe if that's an important thing, the flagpole.
No, it's not. No, the
It's just a
flagpole-
landmark,
look, the flagpole was that it was a location
point of reference.
identify on a plan where the trees are relative to the flagpole. That's all that was about. And that was, and what I'm saying is, if you look at the flagpole on the plan, it's tough to tell until I zoom in, but I want to zoom in and go and move your circles around. So I was saying, if you look at the flagpole, which the trees are fairly closely aligned, the old trees were fairly closely aligned with the flagpole. We believe, or should I say, I believe, that those two in the middle are relatively close to 10 feet off of. And if they're not, we'll make sure they are. And so I wasn't talking about designing a flagpole that was.
All right. Well, from our perspective, we're looking at the viability of the trees that were cut down. And so when you look at this piece of property, the further towards the ocean you get, the viability of the trees goes down because of salt water, and so we want trees to be back where they were, towards the middle of the property, and that's not what the client want, because they want to see their flagpole and the harbor. So you've made a slight compromise, but I think we want more. That's
I think we have to take Mr. Papich at his word that he tried his best to locate him, and we're with the conditions set based on coordinates. I'm sure that he will comply.
That's it.
Charlotte's going to make sure. She's going to check. She'll be out there with her phone and look at the coordinates.
So can I take a screenshot of this, or did we want to further make any other corrections? So moving those 4 trees within 10 feet of the location.
Well, Charlotte, I don't think that any of the scribbles on the screen should be considered as definitive in any way.
No. I just meant in terms of direction of like, move these trees further up, move these trees further up. That's just what I want to clarify of which trees we're moving.
Oh, which trees?
If I may, Mr. Chair, if I could take a stab at this as well. It's my understanding, Charlotte, that based on whatever the calculations are, that will be the determinant of in which direction and how much they're moved. And that's what my concern was at the very beginning, that these large circles and the big arrows, they're not necessarily definitive of any measurement. And I don't think the chair meant for them to be.
Oh, no, I understand. I was just trying to get an idea of which trees need to be correlated within the coordinates. That's all.
Can I say one thing? What I think would be, Charlotte, is I think it'd be any of those trees.
Any of them.
Right. We would make sure that they're within that 10-foot-ish area of what that original tree would be. So those that are shown on
okay.
What I was intending to do. And if I was inaccurate with the graphic, then we'll obviously make the planting accurate, the actual accurate.
Yeah, it sounds like we are on the same page here. It's just a little bit confusing to talk about it in some ways. So yeah, so it sounds like John, you understand what you got to do, and I know that I can provide you those coordinates for these basically 3 sites where there were clusters of a single and then 2 clusters. A cluster of a pair of trees. I can show you where those are. And basically, you're going to put trees there.
Correct.
Are the red notes new information?
The ones we kept carrying on for, for this process that we've gone through for tree replacing.
No, I meant the notes that say to remove dead trees.
Those, what it said was, it was location of the 2 approximate location of the 2 dead cedar trees that had been removed.
They've already been removed, right?
Those were the ones that had been removed, and and we started talking about it. And when we were out there, those were all sitting in ledge. Those are basically in chunks of ledge, which they may have seen their life because they were sitting in ledge. Which is why we put them in an area that was still in the buffer, but it was in a place where we have some soil over on that side.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, we are over the 15 minutes.
Okay.
I know we didn't do that with the last hearing.
It sounds like, unless any of the commissioners have any objections, I will make a motion to, let's see, let me get my, what are we doing here?
It would be to close the show cause hearing. There is also a cease and desist on landscaping activity.
Yeah, okay. So So I move to close the public hearing for NOI 2213 44 Little Harbor. And I'll issue an order of conditions with our.
Oh, no, sorry. It's, so it would be to close the show cause hearing and lift the cease and desist.
Yeah, right. Okay, close the show cause hearing for still for 44 Little Harbor Road with the conditions that we've discussed, which is to locate 2 trees each for the sites on the lawn that I'll provide coordinates for, which is a total of 5 trees.
I apologize for interrupting, but didn't you want to say within 10 feet?
Yeah, within 10 feet of those coordinates. That's right, a radius of 10 feet.
And sorry, that would also be to lift the cease and desist to continue the approved and updated plan.
Say that again.
Did you also want to lift the cease and desist on the landscaping activity to move forward with this approved plan?
Yeah, so I also move that we lift the cease and desist order to be able to work in the area.
Second.
Is there okay, I hear a second. Let's have a vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Do we need to do anything about the variance, Charlotte, or is that still in effect?
So the variance for the order of conditions is in effect. I mean, technically, it's like it's through a violation. It would be a modification of the variance request, but I don't know how much of a modification because we already gave a variance to plant within the 50-foot buffer.
Yeah. So it sounds like you're still good.
Yeah, I don't think it's changing the nature of the variance request.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean.
Fourth time.
So-
Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you.
Sean, you might want to talk about solid waste after all that.
Yeah, I got so fired up during that thing, I didn't know what to do with myself. So thank you for your patience. I don't know how you guys do it, right?
Thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure
Yeah.
to meet you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Watch where you throw your trash, Sean. Okay, so 2 more to go, right?
Yes.
Next, we'll consider an enforcement order for RDA 2307 at 143 Beechwood Street. Subject is unauthorized vegetation removal in the 50
Sorry.
100-foot buffer zones. Sound familiar?
I'm sorry, Jackie. I promoted the wrong person. Sorry, give me 1 second. Whenever the names jump around on the screen, it affects my clicking, so I apologize for that. Hi, Jason, or Lisa, can you hear us? You are muted.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
This is my name's Jason Rockwood, and I'm obviously the co-owner of 143 Beechwood. And so presenting tonight to let you guys know that we obviously, my wife and I got this enforcement order, and we have had some work done. Sometimes we're not always there. And so you know, basically when we got the enforcement order, we took a look at it, talked to Charlotte, talked to Brad Holmes at the Environmental Consulting and Restoration, and he basically came up with a plan for us to mitigate the trees that were removed. Honestly, some of which we didn't even know exactly what happened. And so, you know, using this plan moving forward, every time there's anything to do with a project like this on our property, we'll just make sure we're always present at the time of any sort of, you know, work being done.
Thank you, Jason, and we appreciate your work on this. And then just so the commission is fully refreshed on the enforcement order, it also specified that the wetlands be delineated because this is related to an RDA that was filed last year for removal of some of the trees. One of the commission's comments at the time was to redelineate the wetland since the delineation was well over 10 years old. So when the trees were cut, the commission agreed to issue an enforcement order to locate the location of the trees that were removed within wetlands jurisdiction. Brad and myself identified 4 trees that were removed, and this is not counting the tree that was approved under the RDA, which was a large leaning oak over the driveway, if that sparks anyone's memory. So that's not counting that tree that was approved. These are 4 additional trees that were located and confirmed within the 50-foot and 100-foot buffer zones. The enforcement order also required, in addition to the delineation of the wetland resource areas, which Brad and his team have done, I can go to the plan. It was to locate the trees, determine the size, caliper, species, and to propose restoration and mitigation with at least 1 to 1 or greater. Any trees removed in the wetland were supposed to be 2 or greater. So Brad and his team identified the 2 trees closest to the wetland system here. And I can go back up to the species, but it looks like a black cherry and a pignut hickory. And then Brad, I did confirm some of the additional information, and Brad, some of his team's just on vacation, but there is a tree right here. If you can see my mouse, right in front of the corner of the home. It needs to be determined whether or not it's within the 50 or 100-foot buffer, but then there was another tree just within the 100-foot buffer behind the shed that was also removed. So this larger tree in the front corner here was a black cherry. And then the smaller tree close to the shed that was growing into some existing arborvitae was a pussy willow tree. So it was a total of 4 trees that were removed outside of the RDA. And Brad and his team did propose replacement. And for the trees that were cut underneath the power lines, I did confirm it was not from National Grid. National Grid did do some branch pruning shortly after the RDA was approved, but they did not remove any trees because they do not remove trees near secondary lines. They only do that for primary. So underneath the tree line, underneath the power lines, Brad said it wasn't feasible to put trees back so that they don't eventually grow into the power lines. So he did suggest 4 black chokeberry, 3 sweet pepper bush, and 3 witch hazel. And then for tree restoration, so this is the restoration area with just the shrubs underneath the power lines. And then for tree restoration, he is proposing 2 northern red oak and 2 red maple in this general area closest to the other wetland within the 50-foot buffer. With that, I can turn it over to the commission, but at the least the applicant, with the exception of just administratively adding the other 2 locations of the trees in the plan, the enforcement order seems to be complied with for now, turning it over to the commission.
Commissioners, questions, comments? So it appears that the situation has been resolved, Charlotte?
That's up to you. The enforcement order specified at least 1 to 1, so I don't know if there are additional comments here, but they are proposing, what was it, 10 shrubs and 4 trees? So 1 to 1 replacement of the trees that were removed in addition to some shrubs.
Yeah, it was 10 trees, 4 shrubs.
Oh, sorry, 10 shrubs, 4 trees, sorry.
Okay.
So what's the replacement ratio for the 50?
At least for the order, it said at least 1 to 1, but then
No.
we specified any trees removed in the wetland had to be 2 to 1. So it didn't look like any trees were removed directly within the wetland.
Okay.
I can pull up the enforcement order too, if that helps. Hold on.
No, that's fine. You don't have to, but
No? Okay.
I thought we had been doing 2 to 1 for the 50, and that's what I would that's what I would want.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've been definitely doing that recently. But at least for when we issued this enforcement order, it was at least 1 to 1 or greater. So it kind of encompasses that, like if you wanted to ask for more, but the minimum was at least 1 to 1. Unless you were in a wetland, then it was 2 to 1 or greater.
So Chris, you'd like to see 2 to 1 here for that single tree in the 50-foot buffer?
Was there only 1 tree? I thought there was at least 2.
So there's 2, and then
Okay,
The one thing we just have to determine, I'm pretty sure it's in the 100-foot. It's about like right here, if you guys can see my mouse, because I did a measurement off the corner of the home where the tree stump was. It's about right here, but it is getting pretty close to the 50. But the other tree I can confidently say is within the 100, probably just at the limit.
Yeah, so at least those two, and then, yeah, I think we were saying 1-to-1 was fair for the 100.
Okay. So there's 4 right now in this area closer to this wetland, along the back limit of the backyard where in the 50-foot buffer. If it sounds like maybe 2 more trees, would you want a similar area, Chris / Commission, or do you guys want it somewhere else, or?
What were the species?
It's northern red oak and red maple.
I don't know. I'm not a landscape guy.
Chris McFarland, what would you recommend here in terms of, particularly since they're close to the wetland?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd put oak that close to the wetland, but
Yeah, I had a feeling you were gonna say that. You've told us over and over again, they don't do well near wetlands.
well, there's the swamp white oak, it does better there.
Would you want to switch to swamp white oak? This is what Brad proposed, so neither of us. Jason.
Brad might know something I don't know, so. I don't know.
Okay.
But yes, I would switch to the white oak.
Okay, well, we're talking about numbers and where they actually would be planted.
Yeah, they seem fine.
What's that?
I think they're fine.
Well, if they're gonna add 2 more trees, should they be added next to the 4 that are proposed, or do we want to see them?
No, I would, well, we can't put them by the utility lines, right?
Right.
So. I don't know, maybe a little further. It's hard to see on this drawing where what we're, is there more area there? I can't really tell.
So in the back here, I can go to near map, but there's a yard area just to the left of this. The rest of this is all,
Ledge.
Yeah, there's definitely ledge, this big ledge outcrop in the middle. Hold on, I can probably switch to near map. That might be easier.
Yeah, it's basically all ledge, and there's already a lot of trees around in that area.
Not that one.
We can plant them there.
They need some help.
I'll try to go to a less foliated imagery. So, sorry, too close.
And it's not a lot of
My God.
plant here.
There we go. Can you guys see that? So yeah, there's definitely ledge all around here in the back of the house. Trees back here. The intermittent stream goes right in between in between these 2 homes with a bordering vegetated wetland. And then there's some trees over here. I was looking at this spot over here closer to the wetland down here, but I don't know.
No.
But the 4 trees were proposed kind of like right here along the property border area in the 50-foot buffer.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could look, but I think probably more than 4 there might be tough just to squeeze based on the area. But, obviously, you guys are more than welcome to.
I think the 4 trees and the shrubs are adequate.
Yeah, it's getting pretty crowded.
Yeah.
To probably add 2 more trees.
Yeah.
What do you think, Chris McIntyre?
I agree.
Okay.
Also, the front yard here is septic, so we definitely can't put trees in the raised front yard.
Yeah. Okay. Would anybody care to make a motion to push this forward?
So your options are to keep the enforcement order as is and allow the completion of the plantings, or lift it entirely, or amend the enforcement order with additional instructions, excuse me.
Come on, step up. I gotta do all the motions tonight? You guys are overworking me.
Oh, sorry, did we want to switch to Swamp White Oak too and just leave everything as is? I'll let you guys make that in the motion, but that was another question.
Do I get a vote? I vote to go with the plan, but
Well, I was just going to make a motion to keep the enforcement order in place until this is completed. I like the plan. I think it's fine. So, okay, nobody else wants to make a motion? I will. I move that we maintain the enforcement order for RDA 2307 at 143 Beach Street in place until such time as the remediation that's been proposed is complete. Is that good enough, Charlotte?
Sure, sorry. So did we want to switch to Swamp White Oak or no? I was getting mixed signals.
That would be up to Chris McFarland, I think, since he suggested it. Do you want to make a switch, or are you going to go with the Brad Holmes solution?
Oh, no. I had to look, and here it says well-drained loam for red oaks. So I got to go with the white oaks.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr.
Tom,
Rock,
you want to revise your motion?
well, I'm just going to say with the condition that the red oaks, that the what are they called? Swamp white oak?
Yes.
That swamp white oak be substituted for the red oaks. Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Rockwood?
sure.
Okay.
They're cheaper too.
Oh, okay. Well,
Even
that's even better.
Okay, good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. You get to vote too, Will.
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre,
Tom Bell, aye. That passes 5-0-0.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Well, thank you, Jason. I'll work with you on that. And when you're done with the work, we'll circle back with the commission.
All right. Thank you all. Have a great night.
Thank you.
You too.
Good night.
right?
Oh, we're closing in on it now, folks. Next, we will consider an enforcement order for RDA 2306 97 Border Street. The subject is, guess what? Vegetation removal in the 50 and 100-foot buffer zones without authorization.
Oh, this was tree removal, but yeah. So I'm promoting the property owner, Philip Cantillon, and Adam Brodsky. And Adam, would you like to state your name and affiliation for the record?
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Bell and everyone. My name is Adam Brodsky. I'm a local environmental and land use lawyer, and I represent the Cantillons. And as you know, the Cantillons received an enforcement order for cutting an eastern red cedar tree that was on top of their seawall without an order of conditions, and they acknowledged that. You may recall the tree posed a threat to the seawall. The Cantillons were worried that the tree would come down, damage the seawall, which would destabilize the coastal bank behind the seawall. The tree was cut, but the roots were maintained, which actually, after some research on my part, is one of the methods CZM recommends, and they're applying coastal wetland regulations for the removal of vegetation on coastal banks. Again, this is not an eroding coastal bank. It's a landmass behind a coastal engineering structure, but it made perfect sense to leave the roots intact. The Cantillons are proposing as mitigation to plant a new cedar tree to replace it. I do have a proposed landscaping plan to show you. There's very little upland on the site. It's mostly ledge and vegetated But we did find a location of the southern portion of the lot. So let me figure out how to share my screen here.
Go ahead, Adam. And I do see Catherine as well in the audience. I don't know if she wants to join or just stay in the audience.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, she'll stay in the audience.
And so hopefully you can see my screen. I'm going to scroll down. This is the cedar tree removed on the seawall. The area to the north is all ledge. As you can see, there's not a great deal of open area, and they're proposing to replant a cedar in the location here, shown by the red dot. And so it's our hope that will resolve the enforcement order, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, first of all, as you probably just heard, the 1-to-1 is not our standard for trees down in the resource area or within the 50. And if that's not an option.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mecca. This is a different situation since we're not dealing with vegetated wetlands here. This is a tree on top of a coastal engineering structure associated with a coastal bank. So it doesn't fall within your usual concerns regarding the protection of vegetated wetlands, which is why we thought, given the site and given the unique circumstances, that it would be appropriate to have 1-to-1. I don't know whether there's any additional area to locate another tree on the site. But again, it's a rather unusual situation.
Charlotte, would you show a picture of the tree in question?
Of the tree?
Yeah.
Yes. Adam, can I share my screen?
Can I respond to that though? Because the tree, the ground on which the tree is situated is one thing, but the tree itself serves a function in the wetland, which is another thing. There's species which require trees, so I don't know where the what you're referring to within the wetland regs.
Sure. So this is a coastal bank. That's the relevant wetland resource area. It's a non-eroding coastal bank. It doesn't contribute.
But it's also a river, is not a river front.
It is within riverfront. Again, this tree is located on a coastal engineering structure. So it's a unique situation, Mr. McIntyre. And again, the point I was making is that the most relevant performance standard is.
Did they not like come to us with an RDA about whether or not?
Yes, sir. And you issued a positive determination of applicability.
Right.
And so the point I was just trying to, and I don't want to belabor this, is that by cutting the tree and leaving the roots in place, that activity doesn't impair the stability of the coastal bank. And in fact, the removal or the cutting of the tree actually preserves the stability of the coastal engineering structure and the bank. So this activity actually achieves what the performance standard for coastal bank is trying to accomplish.
So should we give them a medal or something?
No, sir. We're proposing to plant another tree on the site as mitigation. Your enforcement order didn't specify any particular mitigation ratio. So again, there's not a lot of area to plant another tree on the site.
Charlotte, do you have a photo of where the proposed replacement tree is?
Yeah, sorry, they're very blurry, but these were the site visit photos from the RDA submission. So I believe it's around right here. There's a few existing trees here, but it's on this side. I would say on the, oh my gosh, I need to get my bearings, but Was that the southern side, Adam, based on your plan?
That's
Yep.
correct. The southern
Um,
plan.
So yeah, in this general area, it's mulched, landscape, bed. These are the existing trees that are already here. So around this area, I'm not sure what other plantings, I can look and see what date I was here, but, there is another smaller cedar that's right here. And then a bunch of, what looked like oak and Norway maples. The other side, I did show pictures of the other side. The other side has more trees. Seem to be a little tight in that space, but at least around here, it seems like you have more open ground. And this is the other side, the northern side. I can go back to my other photos, but there's some other trees that are also here. Sorry, photos are coming into focus.
Charlotte, do we have an option to plant elsewhere?
If the commission wants that to happen. And if everyone's in agreement for that.
So yeah, Mr. McFarland, it's an interesting notion. I mean, we would consider, I don't know, a donation to the Conservation Commission for the planting of a tree or trees elsewhere, or to contribute to an offsite mitigation project, because there's just no room here to do much.
And this is the northern side. So we were walking this area last time through the RDA submission. We were trying to look and see where you could potentially pop a tree, but at least on the northern side, there's definitely more trees than the southern side.
Charlotte, was the RDA to cut down this tree?
The RDA
Or-
was to cut down the tree, yes.
And then
We
What did we
issued a
determine?
positive determination to submit a notice of intent, but the tree was cut down before a notice of intent was filed.
Oh, interesting.
Well, Chris McIntyre or Chris McFarland or anybody, where should we put 2 trees in town?
Well, it's difficult. I mean, this
In the
is,
middle of that yard.
the value of that tree, I don't know how to calculate it, but it's like, you know, trees growing on that ledge, they serve a purpose, and they're not easy to replace, obviously, because they can't, they're basically telling us there's nowhere to plant a tree that will survive. So you can't replicate that tree. That tree was unique. It was, you know, it was valuable to the resource for sure. So I don't actually know, like 2 trees at a minimum on their site, or we don't really have a mechanism to collect funds for trees right now that's functional. So we don't really have that set up. So
By looking at the photos that Charlotte was scrolling through, every crack has been colonized there by the looks of things, just about. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that you would plant a tree in an area of bedrock like this, where there are some rather wide cracks. But without going out there and taking a look, I mean, you guys have all, at least the landowner, and I don't know whether Mr. Brodsky's had a look out there on the site, but it looks like it is a tough site to try to put one more tree on. So we either need to call it a day with 1 tree, because they have a spot for 1 tree, or come up with something else. So we can't twiddle our thumbs. We've got to reach a conclusion here.
have them write a check to Charlotte, and she'll figure out where to put it.
Please don't do that.
No, I don't think that works. And our so-called town tree fund is dysfunctional. Is that right, Charlotte?
Let's just say it has yet to be fully officially established to receive donations.
Okay. So we really don't have a lot of options here.
Also,
I would say we plant a tree where the applicant suggested.
and take a donation wherever it goes. We'll take a donation for the second tree. That's what I say.
Well,
Hey, they came to us with an RDA and we said positive and they cut it down anyway. So I'm giving them just saying one tree. I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
Will agrees.
Yeah, I do. I do.
yeah, well, I do too. I don't like the do-it-yourself method here, particularly when they were well aware that they needed to file an NOI. That's,
And the value of that tree goes way up because it was living in a crevice. So it's like that's rare. That's like a bonsai tree, very old bonsai tree. So
okay, well, we need to have a better solution than just writing a check to the town of
Do
Cohasset.
you want to keep it, since we don't necessarily have the specific logistics in place to financially accept something, because we have an account, but the way that it's set up is it's not set up to receive funds. It was originally created from a previous donation, but it wasn't designed in the accounting system to accept more money. It's just to eventually close that fund out, but they still have to figure out what account the tree fund is going to be used for, because it is a policy. So technically, you know, the town does have a policy to accept donations for the tree fund, but in terms of the logistics, we just don't have that set up yet. So if you want to keep it general to work with the agent and the town to provide whatever amount for
let's
a
figure
tree.
that out after, Charlotte. I think you can figure that out after.
Okay,
I think it won't take much to figure out a conservation commission money.
okay.
thing.
So, okay, so the amount,
To set that up.
so the amount should be equal to whatever the cost is to put in the single tree. Right?
Chair Bell, would the commission consider a donation, the dollar value, which would represent the cost to plant 2 trees instead of putting a single tree in that one location?
Just make it up to the conservation commission. And
Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
Wait a minute, that's not, that you're not answering the question that was just posed to us. So in other words, I can see that it's pretty crowded there in that little yard, and putting in another tree there is, it might not even survive. It's under canopy to start with. It's gonna take a long time for that thing, if it ever gets a chance to see some sunlight, I suppose. So that might be a better solution, Mr. Brodsky, is to actually take the value and put it someplace else in town. So that means, Charlotte, there might be a check that comes your way that the town won't even cash, though. That's the issue, I suppose, but that's.
Well, here's another complication is they would use it under the street tree policy, which has let's just say that policy doesn't align with the native species that we have in our lists. So they will not be planting a cedar. I can't guarantee it, but I can be pretty confident in saying that a cedar will not be planted.
Perhaps, Chair Bell, we can target the donation such that it's at the direction of the Conservation Commission. Because I have been involved in street tree funding in the town of Cohasset. So perhaps I can work with Ms. Pechtold to make sure that this is under your control as opposed to the DPW.
That sounds like
That would be appreciated. Thank you, because they will definitely shut me down.
Right, and then
It should probably be to Tom Bell then, not
To
Charlotte.
the chair.
Yeah.
So we'll do that.
But wait a minute, you mean I'm gonna be responsible for this tree, these 2 trees?
And we'll get you a documented value as to the real world cost in order to do this exercise.
Okay, I'm good with that, but I'm just one. And I've got a silent commission tonight, you know, nobody will make a motion, nobody. Come on, you guys, what do you want to do here?
It's
I would just emphasize too that, you know, It also depends on the location. So again, as Adam suggested, it could be at the direction of the Conservation Commission, so we can tell them what and where to plant a tree so that it's not just planted, somewhere, but also commissioners may have some other suggestions on where the tree could be planted.
Oh, I know exactly where I'd put it.
Okay.
All those cedars that blew down on town property along Straits Pond by the benches. It'd be very nice to see 2 cedars go in there, right, Kathy?
Just to back up, I don't like them just giving us a check after that RDA and cutting it down. Anyway, I think they need to plant something besides that. It should be a 2-to-1 at least.
Well,
And
that
they
is
could they can give us money for one, but I don't know. I just don't like I don't like them just writing a check.
It's like,
They should have to plant something too.
yeah, it's like you're setting a precedent that you come to us, ask, cut something down, we say, no, file an NOI and do it anyway, and just pay for 2. 2, which, by the way, 2 6-inch trees are way less than the cost of that 12-inch cedar that came down. If you could find one, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if I might, to follow up on Chair Bell's suggestion, the planting of 2 cedars off of Straight Ponds may have far greater environmental value than the planting of a single cedar on this particular property.
Yeah, it definitely would, especially since we've
I agree.
lost probably at least half a dozen along there, right, Kathy?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
At least half a dozen cedars.
Yeah.
That's an ideal place to put them, really.
There are locations where that's actually a place where you could plant them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's town property,
All right.
and it's not bedrock, it's soil.
Mm.
There's quite a few
Accessible.
cedars there. I mean, they wouldn't be the only cedars there, but there's certainly an opportunity to right there in
Yeah.
front of us that we could use. I think that's a great place for them.
I do too.
What's the biggest size we could realistically specify for that?
Not very big.
3-inch?
Yeah, you could probably get 3-inch.
I'm in for that.
So sorry, we want, what was the specific location for cedars?
So, Charlotte, if you remember, we were talking about somebody spraying the area with Roundup to kill the Japanese knotweed adjacent to where Rattlesnake Run discharges into Straits Pond on Jerusalem Road.
Oh, yes,
Right by
yes.
Kathy-
Windy Hill.
Literally across the street from Kathy's.
Right. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Windy Hill Road. yeah.
Right by Windy Hill, yeah.
Okay.
It's a long stretch of Cohasset property there. It's not very wide, but it is long. And it's got a couple of benches to sit and watch birds that the Boy Scouts put in some years ago. And so I think it's a good spot.
Okay. So, yeah, sorry, it's getting late. So two trees, 2 cedar trees of at least 3-inch caliper to be basically planted by the owner through the town as a means of donation and instruction per the chair and chair of the Conservation Commission to be planted in that parcel or another suitable area, or just that parcel? Or are we like not backing down from that?
I think that's a good, I think Kathy and I would agree. That's a really a good.
Okay.
Good
Find a
spot.
place, yeah.
And it probably will serve a greater ecological service than the tree that's been cut down.
Okay.
I agree.
And I would suggest finalizing a time frame.
Well,
90
and the
days.
value.
So if I might, Chair Bell, we'll provide you with an estimate of value. I don't think that will take a great deal of time. I'll work with Ms. Pectel on the mechanism and we'll provide the funding As far as the work, I guess, it'll probably be subject to whomever is performing.
Oh,
the
yeah,
work.
sorry, I meant like the month, like the donation would have to be, we probably, I think we could probably agree on like a deadline for that. Yeah, definitely agree with you on the planting. I have no idea when DPW will ever get to that.
2-to-1, by the way, is for the 50. This is actually the resource. It's like, I don't know. I think we're talking more like 3-to-1 at least. That's my feeling.
Well, it's going to go, it's not going to go in the resource because there is no buffer to an ACEC. Well, I suppose there is I'm sorry, it's wetland too.
There might be fringe BVW.
There's a coastal bank there, so it would go back and right on the edge of the resource, just like it is now. It's not actually in the resource right now. Well, it is. It's in the riverfront resource. So it's
but we didn't alter any riverfront area.
That's right.
Yeah, and you came to us with an RDA and you did it anyway, so that's.
And Mr. McIntyre, again, we're not offering any excuses. We came prepared for a discussion regarding mitigation, so we recognize that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So let's move on to the positive side of this, which is to agree on size of tree. It sounds like we've settled on 2, although Chris has suggested 3. So let's
I wrote down 2 of 3-inch caliper, so the estimated value of 2 3-inch caliper cedar trees, unless we want to discuss that, but that's what I wrote down so far.
I don't think cedar trees are actually measured by caliper, they're measured by height.
Yeah, they're technically measured by height, right?
Chris, how do you, Chris McFarland, when you go find cedars, how do you get them?
Yes, typically by height, but
Okay.
I'm actually trying to find some right now and I can't even find them.
Hmm.
I know someone
Chris,
around
what
here
about the
has.
number of trees? Are you good with 2 on this one, or I feel like
Yeah, no, if we can get through, if we can get 5 to 6 foot height, yes, I'm good with 2.
Yeah. Me too.
Okay.
So moving right ahead, are we?
So the enforcement order specified only to attend the hearing tonight through an enforcement order hearing and highly recommended to provide mitigation of the tree. So up until now, they have done that. So do you want to amend the enforcement order, lift the enforcement order, or keep it as is with administrative conditions, or you can amend the enforcement order with conditions?
I think we'll amend the enforcement order with the condition that they provide either funding or the trees themselves, but 5 to 6 feet high. That's about as high as we can get, Chris, something like that.
Yes.
Okay. So we say a minimum of 5 feet? Is that feasible?
Okay.
Chris McFarland?
I can't tell you that off the top of my head right now.
Okay.
Sometimes they're very hard to find, but yes, minimum 5 foot.
Okay, a minimum of 5 feet. And if the town, I would just say if DPW can't do it, I bet we could find some volunteers that would do it.
Okay. So can I recommend a condition and then you guys can make a motion? Because I don't want, when you make the motion, you should be very clear what the condition is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So someone, if the commission agrees, someone can make a motion to amend the existing enforcement order to have the property owner provide funding with an estimate and or the trees of 2 cedars at least 5 feet in height to the Conservation Commission in Town of Cohasset to be planted in, I can get the parcel ID, but to be planted in the Jerusalem Road town-owned parcel at the direction of the chair of the Conservation Commission. And then you should, at least for the funding and the estimate, provide a deadline for that, since we can't provide a deadline for the trees. Am I
Yeah,
missing anything?
yeah, I don't think so. I think that's
Okay.
good. Other than how do you provide a deadline when Chris McFarland can't find any trees in the tree?
No,
Well, at least for the cost, I think that's easier to get than the availability.
Yeah, that's right. If we can just
We'll
get a
find
copy and then we'll.
So to provide the check and the estimate showing the value of 2 cedar trees at least 5 feet in height to be submitted, to be, given to the town and submitted to the Conservation Commission by, I guess, Adam, maybe turn it back over to you. How much time do you think might be feasible for that?
Within 30 days?
30 days?
Good.
Okay, does someone want to make a motion kind of reiterating that?
I move to amend the enforcement order to include the conditions as read by our agent. Is that good enough, Charlotte?
Chair Bell, can I make a suggestion that you add an additional condition that upon the satisfaction of that condition, that the enforcement order be lifted without further action of the commission, so that this doesn't need to be put back on your agenda?
Yeah. Okay, so to reiterate all of that, I move to amend the enforcement order for RDA 2307, 143 Beechwood Street. RDA 2306, 97 Border Street, to include the conditions as read by our agent, and to, upon completion or satisfaction of those conditions, to lift the enforcement order. Charlotte, you want to read those conditions again, just to be on the safe?
Sure. That the property owner shall provide a check made payable to the town of Cohasset with a cost estimate for the value of 2 cedar trees, at least 5 feet in height, to be planted within, and I'll get the parcel ID, within the Jerusalem Road town-owned parcel, at the direction of the Conservation Commission chair, and that information shall be provided within 30 days. And upon the satisfaction and completion of those conditions as set forth in this order, the enforcement order shall be lifted with no further enforcement action.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll have a roll call vote. Will Ashton?
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland?
McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre?
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 5-0-0.
Thank you, and good night, everyone.
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate your time.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you guys.
All right. So, construction updates, Charlotte? Anything juicy?
Not really.
Good.
37 Parker Ave. I think I mentioned this to you guys before. We hit a little snag with the rain garden. It started to pond after they constructed it, and it was starting to encroach on abutting properties. So what they are planning to do, while their order is still open, is we're just slightly tweaking the rain garden design. It will not be changing the depth, the width, or anything else. It's really just going to design it in a slightly different angle to not pond, and to put the water that is received from the parking lot, which is how it was designed, to have that water just eventually drain out of the rain garden into the wetland. It is only the runoff coming off of.
I don't think they know what a definition of a rain garden is. That's just
Yeah, so it would be used as a it would receive all the overflow from the lot, and then when it's filled, it would get redirected out of the basin. So that's what they want to do, because right now what's happening is, due to high tide, you have all the water coming in from the tides, and it's creating a detention pond instead of a rain garden. So
Built
They
up
want to
on
make a
salt water.
channel. They want to,
Yeah, like a slight like swale, not a channel per se, but like a slight swale.
right.
I know you're laughing at that, Chris, but I can show you the plans if you want. I haven't approved it yet. That's just their.
So in other words, the rain garden fills up full of salt water in the high tide.
Right now, that's what it's doing, based on how it was designed per plan and how it was built per plan.
and they want to just cut up
The saltwater rain
another
garden.
side through it so it flows right through. Right?
I think so. We can look at it. We can tell them to
They're
come
very
back with an
rain
amended.
gardeny.
Yeah,
Which engineer signed that?
I haven't approved it yet, but it's Foth Engineering.
No, I mean, which engineer signed the original one?
Oh, Carlos Pena. He's been around a while. He's been, yeah,
No.
but I mean, if we don't think that's a minor change, I can definitely request an amended submission.
Doesn't sound like a good solution, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure what other solutions there are, because if you keep it as is, it's just gonna become, it's not really gonna function as a rain garden. It's gonna be just filled with salt water.
It's not gonna, it doesn't sound like it's gonna function as a rain garden anyway.
I'm not the engineer. I'm just relaying the message to you guys. So I don't know if you guys want to see it more through the form of an amended permit. Tom, I have not sent this one to you yet.
Tell them to not call it a rain garden and
Okay.
call it what it is. A channel.
A swale.
A swell with a channel, right? I mean, aren't they opening it to the other side? So wouldn't that be a channel?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like speak for the engineer's design, but that was his suggestion. They're
Tell
trying.
him 12 Cultex system would be good
Oh
to
God,
see.
no.
Tell him to come in
No.
front of us with that.
No, thanks. No, but seriously though, Tom, I don't know if we want to discuss offline, but we can let them know that we're not necessarily open to that being approved administratively.
Right.
Because that wasn't the design of the project.
Right.
Good idea.
Okay. And then on that note, Chris McIntyre and Tom, as you guys have seen, I have received several minor change requests. So on the plus side, people are following the rules and coming to us before making the changes in the field. Having said that, most of the changes, at least in the chair and vice chair's opinion, we've looked at them and they do appear to be minor in nature. Just to quickly list some of them off, it was the 221 Hull Street, it was 83 Atlantic Ave, 249 Jerusalem Road, and the golf club maintenance. So they had been submitting minor change requests to slightly reorient things. They overall, for all those changes, they're not changing impervious, they're not cutting down any other trees, they're working within the approved limit of work. And it was in our opinion that a lot of those changes could be accepted administratively. Also, none of those changes were in the 50-foot buffer. So just wanted to let you guys know that applicants are following the rules. And also, Will, you had submitted your own minor change request for stuff in the 100-foot buffer. So everyone seems to be, at least to my face, following the rules to submit changes in writing to determine whether or not they need an amended permit.
Less impervious over here, less
yes.
impervious.
Yep, less impervious.
Got them all running.
Sorry, Will, forgot to mention you first
Hey.
off.
Well, you have to recuse yourself.
And then quickly moving on to my other updates. As you guys have seen, our agendas are quite full. I have been very delayed in issuing show cause hearings, enforcement orders, etc. They will happen and I will put them on agendas. I just have I'm coming up on 7, 8, probably 9 at this point to write. I just haven't had a single breathing moment to sit down and write all those letters. But since we do have roughly a 2+ year time frame, we're good. But just that's the reason why you haven't seen a lot of the agendas with new enforcement stuff. And
Carolyn,
closing out the
Carolyn, have you not heard of ChatGPT? I'm pretty sure it's you could use it for.
No, I can. I have a template, but the problem is the template has to be modified every single time. So it's not like I can just fire them out. And then also the enforcement order form is annoying because it's a Wetlands Protection Act form. And then the regs and revisions, of course, this has crept up on me, but as I mentioned before, I will be picking probably the last few weeks in May to stay remote most of the week, and I will be revising the wetland regs as best I can. Chris, I know we're coming up on your anniversary date, so I'm not sure I can get an additional hearing in place by the time you leave, but I think the intention is I would encourage you and any other previous commissioners to come to whatever hearing we set this year to discuss the wetland rules and regulations changes, because you obviously all hold a valuable opinion as current and previous commissioners. So I will try my best to squeeze that in, but I know June is already very tight right behind us. So, and then thank you guys for your DEP comments. I did submit those on Tuesday in a 13-page letter, copied everybody. So thank you for that. And then commissioner transitions. With that, I'll turn it over to Will and Chris. So Will, this is your last meeting,
Yes.
is it not?
Yes, it is. I don't have a speech prepared. Just thanks
okay.
a lot, you guys, for everything I learned here, and hopefully I'll be back in about a year if there's a space for me.
Will,
Keep
you're
a space
really
for you,
valuable,
Will, that's for sure.
and I really appreciate all of your contributions. We don't always agree, which is just fine. We should have room for everybody's voice here, and I think we do. I'm really proud of our commission. It might be the only one in town where everybody gets along.
Yeah.
I've seen other boards.
Big deal.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you.
functional.
Thank you and good luck in your endeavors. Your contributions of always very thoughtful, and you're very much well versed. So I appreciated that input, and I hope you come back.
Thanks, Chris.
I also hope that you come back. You've been a great asset to this team. And I also wish you all the best on your new path in life. And I'm sure that will bring you back with more knowledge in your head and life experience to add even to a conservation commission. So I wish you all the best, Will, and thank you for everything you've done and the time you've given.
Thanks, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Are we going to address you as Major General when you come back? Or what are you going to?
Will, are you joining the Space Force?
No. Wish.
May never see you again.
Yeah.
Yeah, those Mars missions, they last a while.
Yeah.
Will, where are you actually going? Where is your location?
Oh no, I'm here. I'm just
okay.
Okay. It's a night course, like if you do like master's classes after work, that kind of thing for a year.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Okay, well, that's great. Oh, I thought you had to move away. Oh,
No.
that's much better.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully nothing comes up.
Right. Well, that's
No
good.
deployment.
Good.
Yeah, we hope not.
Yeah.
No deployments.
No.
And Chris, we still have you for a few meetings, right?
Couple more.
Okay.
When's your expiration date, Chris?
End of June.
When am I up?
Tom? I don't know.
Beginning of June.
I think I'm up in June.
This year?
Tom, I'm not sure. I can get the date for you, but I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. I thought it was 2025, but I'll double check.
Wait, like done?
So
done?
the
No,
appointments
not
are
done,
like,
done.
yeah. So the
Oh.
appointments are 3-year terms. So I have the sheet for that, and I wrote out who's in their first and second terms and stuff. But that was at the time when we were following our 2-term rule, which sounds like we want to keep that a gray area, and at least on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, I can get that date for you, Tom.
Okay.
I don't know, Kathy, you recently renewed, and Chris.
I'm in
Yeah.
my second term.
Yep.
The second year of my second term. And this
Second
is
year, second term.
I did 2 years as an associate, so 3, 4, 5. I'm in my 7th year. So next year
Wow.
would be my final year, yeah.
Okay.
I
But yeah, if
didn't have
anyone's
any gray
curious
hair
about
when
their
I started this.
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any gray hair when I started this.
But I can get everyone's dates if you guys are curious. But the two approaching, obviously, Will after tonight, and then Chris McFarland, you're coming up end of June.
Aw.
I didn't think anyone else was 2024, but I'll double check.
Yeah, I may be reaching the end of my rope.
Literally, or
Well, I don't know. We're still, the company I am associated with may or may not be acquired. If we're acquired, I go back to work full time. So,
Oh.
and so I'd probably, at the very least, I certainly would step down as chair.
Hey, I work full time.
Yeah. I'm old though.
Yeah, 2 kids.
You're still a
yeah,
young,
plus 2
vigorous.
kids, that's double.
I'm old and decrepit. It's everything I can
Yeah,
do.
but you don't have to chase around 2 kids. Don't
I have 2 dogs.
send them over here. My kid wants a dog.
Oh, really?
An investment opportunity.
Yeah, well, mine would involve a lot of travel overseas, so it just probably wouldn't work out. For weeks at a time, maybe months, so.
Wow.
All right. Well, let's
My wife loves
all
that.
pray in my house that doesn't happen.
That can be, Tom, we can chat about that depending on what your work schedule is going to be like. If it has to be something like Will, where you may temporarily need to step down, or if you just need to step down as chair, then we can probably have that conversation, I think, after the end of June. I think I'll confirm with Angela, but that's when we can get the, whenever we have to do like reappointments, is that the word, appointments?
Yeah.
For chair, vice chair, yeah. Okay.
So one of the reasons I brought this up is because we need to be in full-blown recruiting mode.
Yeah,
We've
please.
recruited two new
Please.
ones, one of which came out of the blue for me. I knew Sanji, but I hadn't ever spoken to him about doing this. And then Valerio, I encouraged to do. And
Valerio loves it, by the way. I think
Yeah.
Sanji does too, but Valerio is like
he's
amped.
into it, yeah.
He gets excited for this, and he's
And-
sad
and
he
look-
couldn't make it tonight.
And it looks like Paul Lazarsak is he's just way too stressed. He's working in Florida for 4 days a week, and he's working here for the rest of the time.
Wow.
He's got 2 kids and he's coaching baseball, and he said he's going crazy because he has no free time anymore. I mean, 0. So I don't expect him to stay with us. So everybody needs to look under
Recruit.
every stone in town and find somebody that has the patience to do this and some commitment, obviously, to the environment, right? I mean, we're all here because we feel strongly about our environment.
I will also note that as much as I respected and appreciated Eric's time and decision to leave Concom, maybe don't surprise me with that. So Will and Chris, you guys have definitely given me both very, a lot of time in advance, and I really do appreciate that. There is no requirement for that, but I respected Eric's decision, but I was also like, wait, what? So yeah.
He's not officially retired. We
Don't
could
just, like,
bring, we
drop it
could
and be
bring
like,
him
"All right,
back
bye."
though, if we had to, right?
What's up?
I mean, if-
Yeah,
if
I
we
think
ever
the only way to
needed
get
a
him back is
fill-in.
in a box.
Wait, did you say there's a way to drag him back? Sorry.
No, I mean, like if we ever really needed like a fill-in, he's not officially
Yeah.
Really? Oh, yeah, I guess is he still appointed?
No, he resigned.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah,
So like, I mean,
we need to find some
yeah.
people that are younger than me.
he has a pen though, so like if he shows on the video screen with the pen, it counts.
Who?
Eric.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know you guys got pins. Cool.
No, only Eric.
I do have your old plaques, at least some of you. I have your old plaques from when the meetings were in person.
Oh, yeah.
Also, if you guys want to keep that,
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to pretend like I didn't
That's what I
see it.
need.
Yeah.
Something else to clutter my desk.
Right.
Kathy, also, you got a Cohasset Conservation Commission plaid button down because I refused to wear it.
Oh.
So she knew, she thought, okay, Kathy, she went to Catholic school. She said plaid uniforms. She liked the plaid shirt.
No, at least for me, I was like, I hate this. I asked for a navy long sleeve shirt and I got the exact opposite. I appreciated
Oh.
the person who ordered it for me, but I texted Kathy one day and I was like, do you want this? Because I hate it. I will
What
not be.
plaid is it?
It's like black and blue plaid. And I'm already a tall person with broad shoulders. Let's just say plaid does not look good on me. I look like a lumberjack. So not good. No, not good for someone who's already built like a basketball player. And yeah, not doing it.
You're not.
Well, short basketball player, but you know,
Yeah.
plaid's not my thing. So, but if you guys want stuff, I mean, I need to order some stuff for myself. I could just say it's from in a men's large. Yeah, it won't be suspicious. It's fine.
Yeah.
Let's get a bank account set up where we can put funds for conservation commission.
Yeah, like from the tree
Yeah.
donations. No, I'm just
Like,
kidding.
figure that out. I think that should
You know,
be.
they're supposed to be that, now that you mentioned that, Chris. And let's just say, so for the funds, portion of the funds that are set aside from the notice of intent fees under the State Wetlands Protection Act, there's supposed to be a separate fund that's available for conservation commissions to use. I have tried to have that conversation, and let's just say locally with financial people in the town, and that did not go well. Because I was told that I was wrong. And I'm like, no. Let's just say a lot of our money just all goes into my salary, but also just the general funds. So there is, at least for the moment,
Well,
there may be an account.
Is it because you need more voices on to chime in, like from the commission? Like, what's
You need a lawyer.
Yeah, because I talked with other agents, and other agents use those funds to buy things, to even do peer reviews if, you know, but obviously we make the applicant pay for ours, but you know, those commissions use them for training, for materials, for stuff. So that fund may or may not technically exist, but it's not utilized for the purpose that it should be.
Get Valerio to look into it.
Yeah, sick Valerio on the
Of course,
great idea.
he'll probably get bumped off, but that's beside.
Not like the whistleblowers in Boeing, but yeah, so that
you shouldn't have to look at that for yourself. We should look into it for sure.
Yeah, that is a thing. And I don't know the exact rule, but it is a law, like for Concom specifically.
But that's one thing. I mean, there's funds for Concom, but then there should be another fund for situations like we had tonight where it's they can't replicate the situation, and then they need to make a donation.
Yeah,
I don't really
do that.
I don't really trust the DPW with tree funds. Obviously, they have been using them just to cut down trees, so
Yeah.
we should have our own.
Yeah, I can
Totally
talk to Angela and the treasurer of how to maybe set that up. So like for future violations, we would put everything in that, and then we can use it as we see fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
yeah. Well, there would be that difficulty of, you know, technically I'd have to go through DPW, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure that one out.
The
Why
bylaws.
would we have to? Sorry.
No.
Why would we have to go through DPW?
Because they have the Tree and Parks Department. They technically control the people, the resources, you know, to do all the tree work.
Well,
so-
there's definitely ways around planting trees on public land without using them as the resource. Like if we have the money, then we could find places to plant the trees and get a grant. Just do the money part first, I think.
Yep, get the money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get the money in 30 days. Yeah.
But you know, the bylaws say that all of the permitting to conservation is supposed to be held in its own fund.
Yeah.
And that's supposed to pay Charlotte and other things.
It does. Yeah. So it does pay me, but the problem is the way everything is set up is an absolute.
Goes right in, and the reason it's supposed to be that way is so that you don't have to answer to people in town hall. And then they change that And they, you know, so then now she's an employee, so if they tell her, turn her back, then she has to turn her back.
Yeah, I know. And you guys, technically the bylaws also say, at least for stormwater, I'm supposed to be an engineer, so.
Yeah, well.
But anyway,
But did we actually raise, our fees went up, right?
no, we are going to do that. I was going to pair that with the Wetlands Protection Act edits because you have to have a meeting that's advertised in the newspaper. So I was going to kill two birds with one stone in the same meeting. So that's why I'm trying to get the regs done so I can.
After this bout of inflation, we got to raise them even more, Charlotte.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And we are writing it so it's tied to the CPI, right?
Yes. And then
so it's going to get adjusted every year.
We could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the way Social Security works. That's the way our fees should work.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'll make it happen.
Then we'll get more guys cutting down trees because it's cheaper to get trees than it is to do a NOI.
Yeah, and emerging wetlands will be counted as wetlands, like, you know, screw this checklist. What's the checklist? The soils, the plants, and
So yeah, soils, plants, and
labor costs.
No.
trees.
The three criteria for
Yeah.
Soil, plants, and 50% wetland plants, hydric soils, and what's number 3, Charlotte?
It's hydrology. So it's you have to hit all three. So you have to see the other indicators of hydrology, presence of hydric soils, and greater than 50% wetland vegetation.
yeah. So that's, I mean, there wasn't really even a place to comment on the wetland regs, the changes for that, but it's like with climate change and all the stuff that we see, it's like those are emerging wetlands, like they're they don't meet the criteria as it stands right now.
Army Corps of Engineers, definitely.
But there's nowhere for wetlands to go to. They're gonna get salted out, like the freshwater, coastal freshwater stuff is gonna get salted out. And the saltwater stuff half the time is gonna run into seawalls, like salt marshes and stuff. And seagrass, they're gonna run into hard barriers, and those are gonna get extricated. Like there will be nowhere for them to migrate to. So it's like if there's no place in the regs for recognizing locations for emerging wetlands or locations where wetlands are going to be in the next 10 to 15 years, or it's like that's not even, there's no recognition of that, which is
As I said, the state is relying upon definitions that are established by the Army Corps of Engineers, I believe. They're the ones.
Yeah, so the Wetland Delineation Handbook for Massachusetts was revised to meet those federal definitions and methodology. Originally, the BVW handbook mostly focused on presence of wetlands vegetation and not as much on the emphasis of the presence of hydric soils. But then the BVW handbook.
Hydric soils take hundreds of years, if not thousands of years to develop.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that at least the Massachusetts BVW
to Chris McIntyre's point.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of places that become de facto wetlands, they won't have hydric soils. They might not even have wetland plants for a while. But that doesn't mean that they aren't wetlands.
Right.
That's what I mean by they're emerging wetlands, or they're like they're going to be wetlands, like and there's no space for that in the regs.
Yeah, that's something we could look into. I think that would be, I would need to probably rely on a lot more scientific information for that, but that is something we could consider to maybe add to the regs generally that the commission may,
Like that one that we saw up by the BC property, like that was clear. Like we were talking to Zimmer from and he said, no, that's not a wetland. It was like, it's clear that area is wet, like annually, like all the time.
Yeah, it's an area of
you can tell just by looking at it. Like that's not just like a spring flood. situation, that's wet all the time.
Yeah.
And it didn't meet the criteria, so it's not
Yeah.
wetlands.
Yep,
Hmm.
yeah, and they go by the handbook, so that's with DEP methodology, so they're kind of bound by that as professional wetland scientists to.
Sure, yeah, no, I get that, but it's like,
No, I get it though, I agree with you. I mean, there were areas we were looking at where we're like, that looks like a wetland, is that a wetland? And they said it doesn't meet the criteria, and just because it doesn't mean it, like you said, can't maybe eventually be one or function as one, even if it doesn't meet those criteria, so. And then also isolated wetlands are not protected by the state, and they're only protected by our bylaws. And unfortunately, they almost never show up in state maps. So that's always a problem. Like, as you saw tonight, a project that didn't show any wetlands because I walked the site, I saw one and I was like, what? Okay. So, that's another problem where isolated wetlands are only protected to the limit of our regulations. And maybe we should consider looking at stuff like that for, maybe merging stuff, or I don't know, we can think about it.
it's tough because it gets.
Okay.
Putting that
Anyway.
to words is tough, yeah.
Past all of our bedtimes, I think.
Yeah, I had two 48-hour issues. Do you want to be super
Oh,
quick?
okay.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Sorry, I'll be really
geez, what
quick.
are you chatting for?
It's all right.
I know, I'm sorry. 205 Atlantic Ave, I'm going to the site tomorrow to inspect all the trees to make sure they're properly labeled and everything. So just a heads up, the tree removal will probably start there very soon. 94 Black Horse Lane already has done their tree removal, not in the riverfront area and the buffer zone, only in the upland area outside of wetlands jurisdiction. So they're working on the upper portion first, and then they're coming back down. So I'll be doing my inspections in pieces. And then 472 King Street, I'll just email you guys. I know. Oh, did Will already leave? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Will. I didn't even get to say goodbye. What the hell? All right.
We did say is
Okay. 472 King, I'll email you guys. They're gonna do a site visit, maybe at some point next week, so I'll email you guys.
okay.
All right, that's it. Well,
Motion,
bye, Will.
motion to
I
adjourn.
will. Motion, second.
See ya later.
Bye.
All right, bye, guys. Have a good night.
Thank
Bye.
you, Charlotte.
Oh, wait, wait, Will's coming back.
Will.
Hold
Back.
on.
Yeah,
there
Will,
he
we were
is.
like, Will, where'd you go?
The second coming.
We're done. We're done. But Will, thank you so much for everything.
My computer died, so.
Oh, okay.
Thanks,
We thought we were
everyone.
just like, oh, he just
All right,
bailed.
bye, Will.
We're gonna miss you.
Bye, Will,
We'll see
thank you
you.
for everything. We'll see you in a year, hopefully.
You got it. Bye, guys.
Happy
Bye,
Friday.
guys. Have a good
care.
night.
Bye.